doing, man?
Well,
I haven't seen you much.
I'm sure we're gonna see more than you have, maybe.
No, I stopped by and went Dorman and Gibson.
The stage seems to be kind of wobbly this year.
It's fascinating.
So,
He's always like in the bullpen with the
Joe won't.
no, not
Is that
Joey.
deal?
Not
that
that.
was only sitting still.
See, the thing is, I don't get it. I'm gonna work on Hank really hard this week. That's my goal. That's Ryan Gordon. Next week. I mean, they hire all ex-beavers. It's been hot in the press conference today.
Can you confirm that conference room?
No, he's not. Yeah. Oh. That's like I didn't even talk pitching tomorrow. Yeah, they're gonna throw Riley, aren't they? Or they throw some.
Yeah,
No, they're
yeah.
throwing yeah, Fuji, Cameron. Cameron, I mean, 106 strikeouts and 21 walks, but they're pitching in front of some walkers. Dude, he didn't have his pass.
Oh, no,
Yeah. I've never seen him in person.
me neither.
Hey. I feel really bad for him. Not my strong point, but well aware of that. I was vibing with the boys yesterday. Let's chill at the house.
Yeah, Monty and Mike got there about 10 o'clock. And about 10:05, Alex and Jake were at the airport ready for to be picked up. So I immediately hit up. Micah saw somewhere else last night.
Yeah, that's what he said. I was like, my flight got canceled. Like, I was losing my wife one more time, and he was like, "Oh, two of us got to leave the last 24 hours." I was like, okay.
And then around midnight, Nick and Andrew arrived. They took. They tried to get their baggage claim, so they all get their car swing.
That baggage claim is so bad now. That airport under construction is. I cannot believe how bad it slowed things down.
So about 1:30 was when I was able to lay him down. I was waking up.
Yeah. In the environment, 27. I laid down. Because yeah, I originally took off at 6, and then they canceled it. I was sitting there for 2 hours at the Redmond Airport until they canceled my flight, and I was pissed.
I don't understand how flights get canceled.
Seattle was having all sorts of issues yesterday. That was my layover for both flights. Because then my other flight got in. I was supposed to be here I wasn't even bringing it up here. I don't wear it. I bought a Kelly Green one for Oregon because I try not to wear, I don't want it to be a team affiliation. If they're letting me cover, I try to wear just like wear for like the extra years.
That's why I posted some comment to something Cooper said along the same lines. That's a good one.
Good morning, everybody. Just a couple of reminders before we get going here. So, our team going to be joining us.
You're welcome to put your bags down here. You're welcome to put your beer right here.
Just a reminder, as a courtesy to your fellow media members, the coaches, and student athletes, please silence all cell phones, and recording press conference video on your cell phone is prohibited. Please provide your name and media affiliation each time you ask a question. We'll have 2 mic runners. Please wait for the microphone to reach you before asking a question, and if you can, please direct your question to who you are asking. If you're joining on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. We will address questions in the room first and then take questions from Zoom if time permits. And joining us today from Coastal Carolina is head coach Kevin Schnaw, Caden Bodine, and Jacob Morrison. Gentlemen, congratulations on a great season and making it to Omaha. Kevin, if you would like to start with an opening statement.
Sure. Well, June 30th, 2016 was one of the most remarkable days of my baseball career. And ultimately, it transpired right here. And that was the day that, we dogpiled after winning the national championship. As you can imagine, that moment, that day, that team changed Coastal baseball forever. Quite frankly, changed my life, my family's life forever. So it's an honor to be back. This team deserves to be back. We're 53-11. We've won 23 straight games in a row. We're one of 8 teams in the entire country still playing, and this team, again, deserves that opportunity. They've played so relentless and so consistent all year. As a coach and as a first-year head coach, couldn't be more proud.
Okay, we're going to open it up to questions for the student athletes only. Reminder to raise your hand, state your name and affiliation, and please direct your questions. So we'll open it up to questions now.
Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Caden, what do you know about the 2016 team?
Just it was phenomenal camaraderie, and I hear from the coaching staff all the time. It's a great experience, and we're looking forward to it continuing.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Guys, you mentioned the 2016 team. Obviously, it's going to be a huge discussion point around this. When you think back to that team and what you guys have going now, what similarities have you found? And I know you guys weren't there in 2016. Now, some college athletes may have been around for 10 years at this point. But when you think about it, how has the program changed that you guys have been able to see?
Caden, if you want to start, and then Jacob.
I think just continue in that direction. I think that team had the motto of it doesn't matter who's in the other dugout. It's just us and playing Coastal baseball. I think we really resemble that and are continuing that.
Yeah, to piggyback off that, obviously they won a lot of games. They won a lot of games that they probably weren't the favorites in, so they didn't really care who they were playing and to just play Coastal baseball.
Jacob Brennan with Baseball America. Caden, from your vantage point, what's it been like catching this pitching staff, and what do you think's made these guys so successful?
It's been extremely fun, and honestly a lot of low pressure and low stress innings, so it's been a really good year that way. And just catching these guys, they're extremely competitive, and they throw multiple pitches in the strike zone whenever they want and wherever they want. So it's just been really awesome to catch them. Coach Williams has done a great job with them, just fine-tuning little details, and it's been really fun to be a part of.
Ben Beach from the Omaha World Herald. You guys carry that 23-game win streak into Omaha. Do you really think about that? Does that give you extra confidence, or are you kind of wiping the slate clean coming into this? For both players.
Caden, if you want to start again.
I think just like I said, playing Coastal baseball. Obviously, that's in the back of our mind, but we're only focused on game one and the first pitch of the game. So we're just gonna continue playing Coastal baseball and trusting our process and preparation.
Yeah, like Coach Schnall says a lot. Once the umpire says play ball, our win streak goes away, and it's the same 9 innings. We got to win those games, and I don't really think that ever carries over. Is in our head, quite frankly.
Any other questions for the student athletes? Okay. Jacob, Caden, thanks for joining us. You guys are free. And now we will open it up for questions for Coach.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Coach, welcome back. What kind of earned luxury, can you speak a little bit about it, is to have this kind of weekend rotation that's gone out there and been able to start 46 games for you guys and been really successful?
Well, in baseball, when the opposing team doesn't score a lot of runs, it's a lot easier to win, right? And that's what our pitching staff has been able to do. There's been multiple weekends where we played a 3-game series and the opposing team only scored 4 runs. Auburn had the best offense that we've seen all year, and they scored 1 run on Saturday. So when you do that, you're doing great things. I mean, we've won 23 straight games in a row. We're pitching in that time period at roughly like a 2.4 ERA. But more impressive is what, opponents are doing with runners in scoring position. And that talks and speaks loudly about guts. And this pitching staff has guts.
Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Kevin, last year at this time, so much conversation about how, with the ACC and SEC putting 4 teams in Omaha each, that it was a new era, that it was just going to be the highest investing power conference schools that would get to Omaha. And then now this year you got 6 conferences and an independent represented. So what happened?
Great question. Why has Coastal been so successful for 25 years? Well, Gary Gilmore was able to teach us how to assemble a roster. It's not about putting together just the best players. You have to put together the best team. And sometimes money doesn't always buy that.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Coach, talking about that transition from Gilmore to yourself, what are the challenges of recognizing Gary Gilmore for what he was, but also making it Coach Schnall's program?
Well, there's no challenges. I was with Gilly for 23 of the last 27 years, front row seat of what a head coach or what a Hall of Fame head coach looks like. To put that into perspective, that's half my life. That's 3 times the average marriage. So, I was able to learn a lot.
Leif Skotnick with WorldBaseball.com. Kevin, you were here in 2016. You're back here again. What parallels do you see between the 2 teams or differences between the 2 teams?
The Coastal teams? Well, the parallels are simple. Really good players, but they're selfless in everything they do. And when you bring together a talented group of people who have that same mindset, this can happen.
Jacob Renner with Baseball America. What are the challenges with putting together a roster of this caliber in this era when you are battling tampering or whatever else goes on that can be prohibitive to being this successful?
There are no challenges. Why would you want to leave Coastal Carolina University? One of the premier, most successful college baseball programs in the country. We've had 1 player since this portal era opened that left and didn't look us in the eye, man to man, and communicate it the right way. 1 player. Won't mention any names, but that player is no longer playing.
John Walker, Omaha World Herald. Coach, you were pretty outspoken about what it would mean to have your son here in Omaha with you this time.
through the first 24 or 48 hours, however long you've been here. What has that been like so far?
It's been great. I just want to make sure that this is a point. My family, just like this team, is a we, others-centered type mindset. I brought that up about my son because at that moment it did hit me that we were going to Omaha, and we have sat around the dinner table. And now that he's older and talked about going back to Omaha, it's not easy to go to Omaha, right? And I just want to make it clear, like, this is about our players. That's why we're here, not about my son. I appreciate people asking about my son. He's doing great. Again, he's flourishing. He's going to be a sophomore in high school. But the last thing I want to do is take any attention away from what this team accomplished this year and dump it onto my son or my family, because it's not about that.
Jason Patterson, Island CWS. Coach, what do you consider to be the trademarks of your program? And if folks are getting acquainted with you this week, what do you hope they take away from seeing Coastal Carolina play?
Well, hopefully they take away that a team is relentless in everything they do. They're selfless in everything they do. We have embraced and own it leadership philosophy this year, which was highly influenced and impacted from our former football coach, Joe Moglia, who's an icon here in Omaha, Nebraska. Coach's band mentality, which is be a man, really inspired us. And one of our former players, Adam Rice, who's a very successful entrepreneur, him and I sat down and talked a lot about it. And again, what is own it? Well, for us, it's how we win, how we lose. It's a mentality, it's a culture, it's a commitment to personal responsibility and accountability, and this team has absolutely embraced that.
This time we're going to take a question from Zoom. A reminder to state your name and affiliation.
Hey, this is Michael Lev with the Arizona Daily Star in Tucson. Hey, Coach. A two-part question for you. Number one, when you saw that it was Coastal Carolina against Arizona, what was your reaction to that? And then the second question is, what stands out to you the most about this Arizona team that you're facing on Friday?
Well, nothing stood out to me about playing Arizona outside of that they're a really good team. What does this Arizona team look like? I mean, the first three hitters look like they're as good as hitters in the country. They get on base, they slug. The shortstop has 70-plus RBIs. It's a very dangerous lineup that is playing really well at the right time.
Eric Olson again with the AP. How much have you been able to see Coach Gilmore around, and I guess kind of what's his input been to you as this has unfolded this season?
Like I said, I was shared a dugout with him for 23 of the last 27 years. I mean, couldn't have any more input or any better influence, having a front row seat watching a Hall of Fame coach do his thing. He has not been around that much. He is here this week. He was on the plane with us yesterday. He knows he's always welcome. He was in the dugout for our workout here today, and it's great to have him back.
Any other questions for Coach? All right. Thank you, Coach Squall. Thank you, Coach Snaw.
Thank you.
Hammond Communications will post a recording of this press conference in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. Transcripts are provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Thank you for joining us.
bet. Not a problem for me. I don't believe
One room. And Coach, I apologize. Your name tag's not here yet.
I can't be here.
You can't be here, but you have enough facial recognition that it's just, we'll have it by probably 3 o'clock.
Careful these waters, guys.
Very good. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to a few of you. Just a few announcements and reminders before we get going. As a courtesy to the fellow media members, coaches, and student athletes, please silence your cell phones. And also a reminder, recording press conference video on your cell phones is prohibited. We'll have 2 mic runners walking around the room. Please wait until the microphone gets to you to ask your question. When you ask your question, state your name and affiliation each time that you are going to ask a question. If you're joining on Zoom, use the raise hand function for questions. We're going to do the questions in the room first and then take questions from Zoom if time permits. And now, joining us from the Arizona Wildcats is head coach Chip Hale and student athletes Tony Pluta and Mason White. Gentlemen, congratulations on a fantastic season and making it to Omaha. Coach, if you want to start with a opening statement.
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, it's a huge honor to be here in Omaha. This is 75 years. It's amazing. I was here in 1985 and 1986 with the Wildcats on our World Series teams, and a lot has changed since then. But we're just proud to bring the Wildcats back and get Arizona back on the map here in Omaha, and hopefully this is the first of many visits for us.
All right, we're going to start with questions for the student athletes. Any questions for the student athletes?
Noah Bianco, 11.7. Tony, you and Casey go back a long way. Can you describe your relationship with one of the other top relievers on the staff as well?
Yeah, of course. So me and Casey went to high school together, and we even played travel ball a little bit before that. So, we're good friends. We have a certain camaraderie that not a lot of college baseball players have. So I think we just have a great connection.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Guys, obviously Big 12 tournament champions heading into the NCAA tournament. You guys thought you had a case to host a regional, but how did going on the road to Oregon and North Carolina make you guys better suited for this pressure cooker environment in Omaha?
Tony, if you want to start, and then
Sure.
Mason.
Everybody's on the road here, so I think being on the road was a really big help for us just to, have a little bit of a hostile environment in some places, and I think that really prepared us for what we're going to face here.
Yeah, we have a team motto. We call it the wear down. So we're used to going on these long trips, connecting flights, long bus rides. So we started this 4-week trip, I guess you call it, in Houston, and it was hot and super humid. So we've just been grinding through that and prepared us very well for this.
Jacob Brenner with Baseball America. For both players, what do you guys think has contributed to your rise to this point over the last couple of years? Where have you guys progressed the most as a team?
I guess I'll take that first. We had that little lull, in the Utah series and the beginning of the Houston series, and I think that was really like a gut check and a reality check, and we just all got right back on track, and that kind of just pushed us to where we are now.
Yeah, I think we got comfortable as a team midway towards the end of the year. And then we started getting punched in the face, and people may have started panicking or maybe feeling like, oh, no, this might not go the way we want it to go. So we had a real come to just what's going to happen? What are we going to do about it? So we got to work, and we knew we needed to play game by game and keep winning. So that's winning each pitch, and that's what this team adopted, and we're still going by that.
Mason, you guys entered the field of 64, 53rd out of 64 teams in home runs hit this season. Yet that first regional weekend, you guys explode offensively. And then the second weekend going in Chapel Hill against a very good pitching staff, you guys win that series as well. What's been clicking offensively for you guys this past 2 weeks?
Yeah, our park is very large, and the wind blows straight in. So I think our numbers kind of don't show how well this team can hit the ball out of the park. So when we get into an offensive environment like Oregon, it just exploded. I mean, I think we hit 8 in a game on a Saturday and then a bunch on Sunday. So that's what this team is capable of in a park like that.
Mason, Eric Olson with the Associated Press, just following up on that. So, given what you said about the layout of your ballpark, what's your impression of this one? Because it's pretty big out there, and the wind does tend to blow in from the south this time of year.
Yeah, it feels very familiar. You can't hit the ball up in the air. You can't hit lazy fly balls. Exactly like Chip yells at us all the time. It's just get the ball out of the air. He screams low and hard, and that's how we played at home. Is that like Aaron Walton would hit a ball 110 miles an hour in the gap and to get caught, and then someone would hit a hard ground ball and get a guy over, maybe for a hit and score a run, and he'd be screaming, "See, that's all you got to do." So I think that's going to play for us being here, and hopefully we feel more at home with that.
Any more questions for the student athletes? We're going to take one from Zoom, or a couple from Zoom. A reminder to state your name and affiliation.
Yeah, Shane Dale with Wildcat Country. For the players, Tony and Mason, just what does it mean to be able to get Chip this far, back to the College World Series where he got as a player, and then Mason obviously being a third-generation Wildcat. Just have you had a chance just to reflect on how amazing this experience has already been for you?
I mean, I think this is, huge, obviously. I'm super excited that Chip gets to come back. He's been here before. He's had that experience, and now he's here as a coach. So I think that's amazing for him. And, just for us in general, we're beyond excited to be here. We knew that we could get here from the start, and now we're just proving that point.
Yeah, getting Chip here as his first time as a coach it just means the world to all of us, especially the ones that came in under him. And then being the third generation, it's huge. I get to say I'm in the legendary group of Wildcat teams that have made it here, and there's a bunch of them. But being the first one with Chip it's awesome.
Yep. We'll take one more from Zoom.
Hey guys. Michael Lev here from the Arizona Daily Star. You can hear me? Yes. I have a question for both players and then a quick follow-up for Mason when you're done. But for both players, what do you think is the distinguishing trait of this particular Arizona team?
Yeah, we grind out every pitch. It's been a long season. There's been a lot of long stretches of good and bad, but this team really adopts that pitch-by-pitch mentality that's been pretty much shoved in our face all year by the coaching staff because they know that's how you win baseball games. And guys who didn't really buy into that, they bought into it now, and that's why we've gotten ourselves to this point.
Yeah, I think Mason said that perfectly. This team is really gritty. It doesn't matter what gets thrown at us. Even if we get knocked down, we're going to get back up. So we're always ready for anything that comes our way.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I do. Can you hear me? Yeah. For Mason, I noticed a lot of the players have grown facial hair of some sort since Houston, but you don't have any. Is that a choice or is that just genetics?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be the guy that doesn't do it, but we started that somewhere in the Houston journey along the way. And, I mean, I had a good showing in Arlington not doing it, and everyone was like, yeah, you just do whatever you want. But I was like, sorry, guys, I'm not going to do that.
We have one more question from Zoom.
Can you hear me? Jenna Fink from News 4 Tucson. What was it like when you walked onto the field at Charles Schwab for the first time for practice? I mean, did you have a wow, we're here moment?
Yeah, I kind of did, but I was surprised. It actually felt a lot like High C. Just we were talking about the dimensions earlier. It's a big park, and we're just beyond excited and happy to be here. Feels like home.
Yeah, it's a big park, a lot of seats. It's really cool to see people in the outfield where you don't really feel that in college as much, but it was definitely a wow, like this is real.
Just a follow-up of one of the Zoom questions talking about, weird things that may have just started within the past couple of weeks of the team. In the Big 12 tournament, you guys are wearing banana crowns in the dugout. Can you just describe kind of what's been going on, what's the vibe of the team right now, and what's this background story around the bananas?
It's just something for the team to rally around. We did something very similar last year, so it's just something to keep everyone engaged and excited, and it's just something to rally around.
All right, that'll do it. Tony, Mason, thank you for joining us, and good luck this week.
Thank you.
Off you go.
Can we take these?
You'll get them.
You get them. Yeah, we'll use them a few times, Tony.
All right, now we will open it up to questions for Coach.
Start in the back. Hey, Chip. Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Kind of ran this question past Coach Schnall just a little bit ago. Totally different field this year than last year, with 6 conferences and 1 independent represented here this year versus 4 ACC and 4 SEC last year. I guess, first of all, what's kind of your general take on the makeup of the field? And could you also comment on how there was so much talk about a takeover of the SEC and the ACC of college baseball a year ago, and this year it looks like the rumors have been greatly exaggerated.
Well, yeah, Eric, I think that's a great question. I didn't know that we were all new teams, the 8 teams, until yesterday. I was talking to somebody and we realized it. It's pretty cool. It just shows you, especially for the West Coast, for UCLA, Oregon State, and Arizona. We hear that all the time. Obviously, recruiting is very difficult now. The SEC has been really strong in our areas. And so, we kind of got together, as a staff at Arizona and said, hey, we can't complain about this. These kids are going. They're on ESPN every weekend. They got great fans down there. The only way we're going to change this is to get back to Omaha for us and for everybody on the West Coast if we want to change this, if it's going to change. So it is interesting, but still the great teams. We played a bunch of SEC teams. We played a bunch of ACC teams this year, and they're tremendously good. And when you get into a regional, when you get into a super regional where it's a 2 out of 3, anything can happen, and we proved that. To lose 18-2 and then come back and win 2 really close games. North Carolina was unreal, very, very good team, and all those schools, LSU, Arkansas being here. They're tremendous teams. So we're just going to play it out. We're just going to, like the kids say, we're going to grind it, and hopefully, the West Coast can show big this series.
Baseball America. On that, what did you guys do to combat the challenges that exist now on the recruiting landscape with the SEC pushing as far west as it has?
Well, I'll tell you what, Trip Couch is my recruiting coordinator, and he's been doing this a long time. He came from the SEC from South Carolina. And, when we go through the recruiting process, obviously everybody goes through it. And it's a frustrating deal. You bring these kids in, whether they're portal players, whether they're high school kids, and you'll lose them to wherever, Texas A&M, UCLA, Oregon State, whoever it is. And he said to me all the time, hey, we only need to get about 10 to 12 good players a year. That's all we need to worry about. And they're out there. We have so many great players in this country, whether they're in Alaska or Washington or Florida. There's plenty of players. You can see from our roster, we're got kids from New York, we got kids from Chicago. We'll go anywhere to get them. So you just have to get good players that are going to play good, solid baseball, and we've done that this year.
Noah Bieniek of 11.7. Coach, you obviously have a strong offensive background, but throughout this run, you've given a lot of credit to the pitching staff. Yeah. And I also want to tag along on the recruiting questions here. You replace a lot of the pitching production from last season, but not only that, the last 2 years, it's not just a flash of pan success this season. The last 2 years, this pitching staff's been really strong. Can you also describe the impact that Coach Kevin and John have played in this team's role?
Kevin Vance and John DeRoy, and obviously John's our pitching strategist, and obviously Kevin's our pitching coach. They've done a phenomenal job. And that starts, there's kids that are on our staff right now that have very few innings that are going to be big parts of it next year. And that's what we did with Owen Krankowski. Owen pitched very little last year, but we knew from what the pitching plan was for those guys and what they were creating with his shapes, that he was going to be an impact guy for us. And we have guys this year with Mason Russell, coming along, that's going to be a big impact guy for us. Now, Smith Bailey comes in, and the maturity level was so high that the shapes took hold in the fall, and we could see that he was going to be an important guy for us. But yeah, that's been a big deal. And in this ballpark, pitching is going to play big in this thing.
This time we're going to take some questions from Zoom. Please remember to state your name and media affiliation.
Yes, Chip, Michael Lev with the Arizona Daily Star. When you look at the stats, some of the main stats for the participants in the College World Series, you guys aren't that high in a lot of categories. Yet, here you are back in the World Series. What do you think has enabled Arizona to maybe be a team where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts?
Yeah, Michael, that's a great question. I mean, I don't. Sometimes I look at when I'm coaching third now, I look up at the scoreboard and I'm shocked at how low some of our averages are, because it's funny. You know, Tommy Splain's been here for 4 years, and he just does. All he does is get big hits in big situations. So I think that's part of it. I think our guys have risen to the occasions when we need to. We've been much better in the bunt game, the small game a little bit that we haven't been in the past, as you've seen a bunch of us, Michael. So you know that those bunts have been huge for us. But yeah, just clutch hitting, grittiness, and again, the pitching, keeping it close. I mean, obviously you saw what happened Friday in Chapel Hill. It didn't matter how gritty we were when they were hitting the ball over the ballpark. So we need good pitching every night to stay in the game and stay close.
Take another question from Zoom.
Yeah, Shane Dale with the Wildcat Country podcast. Chip, congrats on making it back to Omaha. To be able to do something as special as winning the College World Series as a player and then leading that same program back there as a coach. I know it's been a crazy few weeks, but if you had a moment to just take a step back and reflect on what this program and what the University of Arizona have meant to you in your career.
Yeah, Shane, that's a great. You know, it's interesting. We did a bunch of media today, and they gave me a tablet, and it had all these videos of me playing in '86 here, and it brought back a lot of memories. And you know, the Wildcats and the University of Arizona had a rich history here. You know, Coach Kendall obviously winning the 3, Andy Lopez winning in 2012, and Jay bringing them back in 16 and 21. So yeah, it's a huge deal to be here. The city, you know, I don't know if you know this, but the city of Tucson is the U of A. You know, it's a college town, and we get a lot of support at High Corbett with our people. And you know, even when school's out, we get 5,000-6,000 people a game. So it's huge. And just to look back on it, I'll wait till this is all over, because we got a lot more work to do.
I have another question from Zoom.
Hey, Chip. Aaron Patterson, KGUN 9. You talk about, you know, winning in '86 and just having that legacy with the U of A. I spoke with Clark Christ a couple days ago. I don't know if there was a total overlap with you guys at the U of A, but I was just curious if you had any comments on him.
Yeah.
And he was a part of the 1980 team as well.
No, yeah, he was done in '80. And yeah, we try to keep in touch with Clark. Obviously, he's had the medical issues, and he's battling his way back. And he's one of the great Wildcats, man. From the day I walked on campus there, he was always around. And Coach Kendall would always tell us what a great shortstop he was. And you know, obviously, Coach Kendall was a fantastic infield coach. So yeah, Clark's been in the game a long time, and has been a really big resource for me.
We have one more question from Zoom.
Hey, Chip, Jenna Fink, News 4 Tucson again. What is your just impression of Coastal Carolina, and also, you know, what's kind of the message to the team? Obviously, it's kind of been built up that this was the team that beat Arizona in the 2016 College World Series Finals. So, you know, what's kind of your impressions of them, and then the message that you're telling the team?
Yeah, they're really good. They're you know, I've watched a lot of video of their pitching and their the kind of the way they play, their style of play, and they do a lot of things really well, and they're gritty just like us. They you know, obviously a mid-major, and you know, they've won a bunch of games in a row. So we're just, you know, the bottom line with the team, what we tell them is just keep playing good baseball. Doesn't matter if you're playing the New York Yankees, the Los Angeles Dodgers, or South Point High School. If you don't play good baseball and catch the ball and throw it to first and get your bunts down and run the bases correctly, then you're going to lose to those teams. So, and you can beat them if you play do those things well.
I believe we have a question in the back.
Hey, Chip, Eric with the AP. Since you played at Rosenblatt Stadium, you came in here and mentioned that there's been a lot of changes. Do you have a good story about your memory of Rosenblatt?
Well, obviously, when I came here in '85, we lost 2 games and went home. And the first game we played was against Texas, and Greg Swindell pitched, and he didn't throw anything but a fastball after the 3rd inning, and beat us. I think it was 1-0. I don't think we scored a run, but we ended up beating them in the next regional. We went to Austin and beat them to get to Omaha. So that was a pretty cool thing. But it was funny. I managed AAA for 3 years, and we came back here. And it was just, we played at Rosenblatt, obviously, and it was completely different. It was a great old stadium, and what Omaha has done for this it's amazing just to see the differences. It was, I always compare it in the 80s. It was more of like a mom and pop, store, and now it's just become this huge, unbelievable industry. It's great, and then I'm just proud to bring the Cats back.
Any more questions for Coach? Oh, Coach, thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck this week.
All right.
Hammond Communications will post a recording of this press conference in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. Transcripts are provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Thank you guys for joining us. can bring him up here, Stephen Mall. Awesome.
Does anybody want a bottle of water instead of a cup? I mean, I'll take it. You're welcome. Or do you want to case
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to some of you. Just a couple of reminders here before we get going. As a courtesy to your fellow media members, coaches, and student athletes, please silence your cell phones, and recording press conference video on your cell phone is prohibited. We have 2 mic runners. Please wait to ask your questions until the microphone reaches you. State your name and media affiliation, and please direct your question to who you're asking. If you're joining us on Zoom, please use the raise hand function for questions. We're going to address questions in the room first and then take questions from Zoom if time permits. Welcome to the podium now from Oregon State, head coach Mitch Canham, and then student athletes Gavin Turley, Wilson Weber, and Dax Whitney. Gentlemen, congratulations on a great season and making it to Omaha. Coach, if you want to start out with an opening statement.
An opening statement, well, I'm incredibly excited for the opportunity for these guys to go out and inspire the world and continue the story that they've created throughout the entirety of this year. It's such a blessing it's been. I think when others look at the difficulty and the hardship that a lot of people can perceive with the scheduling and the road games and even through the postseason, or some guys maybe not having the start that they wanted, but the growth that has happened. It says in our clubhouse, right when you walk in, growing our family of champions and all that we do. And I think of growth. It's what these guys have done throughout the entirety of the year, on the field and off the field as men. Family, how they've embraced one another and created a very tight-knit brotherhood and will do anything for one another. Champions in everything that we do. Whatever is asked of them, I got Gavin Turley laying down bunts from time to time, and he's a power hitter because he will do anything it takes to become a champion and help the guys around him. I got Wilson Weber catching every single day and wants the ball and continuing to grow as a man and as a leader, and it's just incredible to watch him go out and perform. And up here on the stage too, you got Dax Whitney. I can go through all of our guys and give you a lengthy story on each and every one of them, why I'm proud of them, but a true freshman taking the ball in some of the biggest games, continuing to try and to get better. And one of the biggest things I want to point out is with all of this going on, with NIL, transfer portals, the amount of money that can be had in the draft, you name it, these guys all chose to be at Oregon State. And that means a lot about who they are as men and where their values lay, how much they care about that place and that brotherhood. And so it warms my heart that I get to go be a part of that and help out any way I can. We have a coaching staff that loves these guys because of who they are and what they represent and how they go about their business. So I don't know, we look at everything that's happened this year as a blessing. Every road trip, every layover, delay, meal that doesn't show up, rough call here, there, nicks and dings with the bodies, bad haircuts, it's all part of the plan. I'm not specifically looking at anyone on stage. I'm just saying I've seen a few.
All right, we're going to open it up to questions for the student athletes. Please reminder to raise your hand, state your name and media affiliation.
Mark Arlen, College Baseball Central. Wilson, we'll start with you and then go to Gavin. It seemed like the offense started to turn a little bit in Hawaii. I felt you guys just built as a team. You guys kind of came together all at once. I saw it in person. It felt palpable there. And then Gavin, speak a little bit about how you guys just continued that going through the postseason.
I wouldn't say there was one necessarily thing that made us totally click offensively. I know it kind of happened towards that second half of the season, but just kind of comes down to having fun, enjoying, playing free and easy, and just playing for each other. I think that we kind of finally fully set on that, and then just kept doing it.
I think well said, Webb. Yeah, it's
going into the postseason, it's kind of just like, hey, we're going to leave it all out there. Win or lose, there's going to be no regrets. So I think when you play like that, it's easy to go out there, play free, and perform at your best. So.
Noah Bieniek of 11.7. This question's for Gavin. 26 career RBI in the postseason with Oregon State. That ties a Beaver record currently with the man that is sitting right next to you, your coach Canham. Has there been any friendly jabbing back and forth between the two of you? Can you just describe the relationship that you have with Coach and also Coach with the rest of the guys on the team?
Yeah, not yet. No friendly jabbing yet.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Will though, for sure. But the relationship is great. I'm sure there's nothing more than he'd want to see me to break that record. But no, I had no clue about that. So cool. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy breaks every record, right? I mean, Boz was here last year, and it seemed like I remember when Boz was taking his recruiting visit. He took a picture of all the records on the board, and he goes, "I go, what are you doing?" He goes, "I'm taking a picture so I can just remind myself to break all of these." And now this guy's over here breaking home run records and RBI records, and you spend a couple of days with this guy, and you just realize he can do anything. He can communicate with the CEO of a major corporation or someone that's just hanging out at a bus stop that you never met before. Like Gavin's ability to just be social and love other people. I mean, it's infectious. It's it makes all of us better people as well. Just finding that joy in each and every day. I played at Oregon State before any of these guys were born, I think. So, they don't even know what Rosenblatt is. And so when I was coming out, I was like, "Yeah, Rosenblatt," and they're like, "What?" Never mind. But for each of these guys that are up here too, like the relationship, it's just like my son and my daughter. My relationship with each of them is a little bit different because they each have different interests, and it's knowing who they are, what their wants and dreams are, reading their body language, and also making sure that I'm not getting in the way and interfering with, who they are as people. My job is also, because for every mile of road, there's 2 miles of ditch. My job is to make sure that they have those guardrails on each side so that they don't fall off, that they're going to get to their destination of greatness, without falling off the road and as quickly as possible. I mean, it's expediting their development. And, what we see here is Webb chose to come back here and be a leader and take on the challenge and get uncomfortable and work on the things he needs to work on. And, how strong of a Christian he is and how he inspires other guys about going about the day-to-day. He does everything right. For each of these guys, like who have I had to come in, see if we have honesty on here on the stage. Who have I had to call in and scold for doing anything wrong? No one? Okay. I only can remember one time Dax and I had a conversation just about leading and going into it, but never like scolding him because they do the right thing.
I missed class one time. Remember that? Yeah, I missed honesty. I
appreciate you doing that. Yeah, and it's part of our thing is that like if you're not doing the right thing all the time, then there are consequences for it. My expectations of turning in every assignment and giving it your best effort, my expectations of showing up to practice with great attitude every day. Our 4 pillars: selfless, process, do the right thing, and fun. Now, there's different variations of what those words mean, but that's something that we've talked a lot about, and our expectations are extremely high because people at Oregon State and the tradition of this program, it's way beyond any of us. My title may say head coach, but I'm just a servant for this program and this community. Someday I'll be gone, and I want it to be in a better place than when I got here. And those who gave to us before. And I know someday these guys are going to look back and, be wanting to pour into the next generation. They're already doing that right now. I watch after the game of the Super Regionals, or even when everyone else was playing in a conference tournament, we scrimmaged 7 innings on Friday, and afterwards we brought everybody out on the field. We signed autographs for them, and these guys all stood on the third base line and signed every autograph that came down there, even DeCramer and the guys that were at the end of the line that were trying to find a spot to sign on the ball. You were down there at the end, weren't you?
Yeah, it was rough.
But they stayed out there till everyone got an autograph and spent time with them.
And then we played Sandlot on the Jumbotron, and a handful of the players stayed out there and watched the movie with the kids. You know, it's just, in my mind, these guys are superheroes, right? Now, what type of superhero? That's what we're building to be the best possible superhero that we can be. But like all around the world, why did Bazana come to Oregon State? You know, why do kids from other parts of the country want to reach out and come to Oregon State? It's because they're seeing the stuff that these guys are doing right now. And I really want more of the story to be out. I don't want walls around our clubhouse. I would like just pillars so people can see and understand what they went through in its entirety this year and how special it really is. Because that was the prayer from the get-go. Let's make this thing like so challenging. Let's do something that no one else has ever done, and like that gives them the opportunity to go out there and transform like college athletics. And the truth of what young kids need to see is guys doing the right thing, caring about one another, right? Handling the ups and downs the right way, not just getting upset about the downs, but, you know, handling positivity, like the positive things in a good way. Celebration ends after a super regional. Everyone's excited. Didn't get too high, didn't go out, do nothing stupid. Our focus is still what do we have to do tomorrow that we need to go out and focus on. So I know their head's in the right space while we're here.
Questions for the student athletes in the back?
Hi, Sam McEwen from the Omaha World Herald. A question for the student athletes. Your teammate Aiva Arquette. How have you seen him kind of just come into this season? Obviously, he's playing with a little bit of pressure because a lot of people are thinking he might get the first pick in the Major League Baseball draft. So, how have you seen him manage that pressure and just acclimate into the team this year?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the dude shows more fire than anybody on the team. So he really wants to win, and he couldn't care less about his draft stock or things like that. He's here because he wants to win, and he's going to do everything he can to win.
Yeah, going off that, I don't think he feels that pressure because he wants to win and have fun with the guys. I feel like he's one of the best guys in the clubhouse to have fun with and goes about every day with positivity no matter how he's feeling. I don't think he's had one bad year in the clubhouse for whatever reason. He's just a happy individual, and I don't think he plays feeling that pressure. I think he just plays, has fun, and just wants to go out and win.
Yeah, I don't think Arquette knows what the word pressure is. Knowing him, like, it's fun to watch him in BP too, because it'll be pregame BP, and all of us as hitters, it might not look the best on any given day, but Arquette might roll over 4 times and gets out of the cage and nothing, like legit, nothing. It's just like there's no pressure with that kid, and it's honestly taught me a lot about how to go about my business. So.
Yeah, Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Guys, could you comment a little bit on just your thoughts? I'll ask this because they're on the other side of the bracket, just about Murray State making it to the College World Series. Did you watch the end of their game on Monday? And just kind of what your thoughts are about some new blood being in here.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the game. I think it's cool what they've done. It's pretty special. Like, they've obviously earned the opportunity to be here, and I don't think that anybody should overlook them. I know we're not overlooking them. We're ready to play whoever we need to. So, yeah, I mean, pretty cool that they're here.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Basically, Dak just said it was cool to watch that game and see them kind of making history for them. And, we're not overlooking them or anything. So exactly what Dak said.
Yeah, I love to see them here. It's not about who's the better team. It's about who's playing better on that given day. So, that's baseball. So.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Guys, looking at who you guys have surrounded yourself with, starting with Coach Cannon, but also Zach Taylor, Joey Wong. What's the value of having those kind of guys around you, not just during a regular season, but also in the postseason when they've won so much themselves?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a lot of experience. They've poured that onto us a little bit, kind of the knowledge they have and kind of what to expect. But you just know all of them love you. They're going to do anything they need to and can to help you. So it's super nice to have that support system around us.
For me, I'd say that's one of the reasons why I chose Oregon State was them and who they are, not just as coaches, but as men and what they're about, what they believe in, and how they live their lives. And so that's important to have. And then it's cherry on top that they're doing what they do at the coaching level of things with their experience they've had and how they run things on that side.
For me, it's a calming feeling knowing that, like, I'm in the right hands, we're in the right hands, and kind of being able to be guided so efficiently. It's phenomenal to have those guys in our corner.
Mike Patterson, Omaha World Herald. Any of the players, just talk a little bit about the road warrior mentality of this team and how you hope that'll translate into something positive here in Omaha.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've been saying it all year. I think we're more prepared than anybody to go do this thing. We've been handling adversity all year, and we welcome it all the time. So I think we're better trained than anybody in the country to go do this thing.
For me, I'd say it just feels like coming into whatever yard we have this year and making it our house. So I feel like we're going to do that pretty well here. And then also, I was just telling somebody was asking me in the dugout after practice was about the road games, and I was like, I just see it as the opportunity to spend more times with the guys, kind of develop those relationships even more, just because even the layovers that long or the bus that didn't show up on time or stuff like that, it's just like sometimes you see it after the fact and you're like, oh, this kind of sucks, but it's just more time getting there, playing cards with the boys, and just hotel time too. So I just saw it as a blessing this year.
I think at one point we felt more comfortable on the road than we did at home. So coming back out here on the road, it's nothing new to us, which I think plays to an advantage for us. So.
Peter Burnett from the Council Bluffs Nonpareil. Question for Gavin and for Wilson. The addition of AJ to the lineup this year, coming over from Iowa Western, how has that kind of helped boost you guys and just the lineup and the team hitting as a whole?
He's definitely special. He's done a really good job defensively at second base. It's almost one of those guys like you don't notice, which is a really good thing, just because you don't remember any errors, and even if there is a little like mess up, it doesn't affect him at all. And then same thing in the lineup. He's just ready to go each day, and he doesn't swing and miss much, so he's going to put the ball in play and put pressure on whoever's out there.
Yeah, I think Singer is a great player on the field, but he's been a huge role off the field for us. So I think that's where we've really seen his value is his personality, and him being in the dugout and the kind of person he is very uplifting for everyone.
Noah Being of 11.7. This question's for Dax. In Coach Canham's opening statement, he didn't mention you by name, but you are one of those guys who did pass up on the draft not just 11 months ago, and now you're playing in Omaha. Describe the feeling stepping out onto the field today.
I mean, I kind of had this was my vision when I made that decision to come here. I really wanted to come here the whole time. It was more of like if I get lucky, I'll go to the draft. I wasn't planning on it. I was really set on coming here, and this is exactly what I dreamed of. This is why I came here, because I knew we were capable of it, and I knew we're capable of going further than we are right now. So that's exactly why I came here.
It's all the time we have for questions for the student athletes. So Gavin, Wilson, and Dax, thanks for joining us, and good luck this week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well done.
Start now with questions for Coach.
Hey, Mitch, Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Kind of like I asked the guys, 6 conferences, an independent in this field, Murray State being one of them. Just could you comment a little bit just on the kind of the diversity of the field and in particular Murray State, just what they were able to do?
Well, I was sitting at the All-American Committee meeting this morning, and we were talking about, just landscape of baseball and some of the programs out there, and really what their head guy has done. Paying credit where it's due, like it's incredible. They're a great offense, right? And the work ethic that goes into that, the attitude that you have to go out and compete at a high level. I just respect the game being played well. I respect good competition. And every team, once you start the postseason, every team that's in there is there for a reason. And it just continues to excel each round. And so being here in Omaha and having, 7 other teams, that we're going to go up against, what a great opportunity. And how cool is it? I like studying my opponents. I love history, and I love seeing how people continue to evolve and how they have accomplished great things. And so for each of those teams here this year, I am always curious, what have they done to continue to develop? What are they doing? You face a good base running team like Louisville, who can really, really run. Is it just speed, or what are they doing? How are they studying the counts and when to run? You got teams like Coastal that have elite level pitching. What are they doing? How are they doing? I want to learn more about the game. I want to learn more about competition. So respecting your opponents is important, and also just like every time we've won or lost a game this year, I've learned a ton from breaking down the video and studying our opponents. How did they take pregame? I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was talking about, hey, we don't really take in and out as often as we used to. And I go, why is that? He goes, just when you're the visiting team, you don't have a lot of time. You'd rather use that time to focus on recovery to make sure that we're primed for 9 innings of baseball. It just made me think a little bit like, do we need to take in and out before every single game? And do we need to do it the same way every time? And so each of these teams that are here, having played against UCLA just one game this year and knowing John for a long time, or seeing what a job that Chip's done, at Arizona, again, it's just, these are all great competitors, great teams. And, from the time the field was set until this thing's over and even beyond, I'll be studying a lot of that. I remember looking back and watching Arizona and Coastal play in 16 and doing that, 2 years after watching them play, just studying the catchers a little bit. So it's great to be a student of the game, and great to have a lot of tough competitors out there. And I think what Murray State is doing is outstanding. They got a big-time offense.
Hi, Mitch. Over here.
I hear Joe. There you are.
Could you just speak to the challenge that Louisville brings? You mentioned they're stolen bases. They're going to pressure you guys on the bases. Can you just speak to that and maybe think back to Oregon and how they challenged you and maybe how you grew from that series?
Yeah, that series with Oregon, there's a handful of stolen bases that we had allowed, and, you just look at it rather than, bury your head in the sand. It's like, okay, what can we do to get better here? Whether it's our looks and our pick moves, some of our pick plays, and just recognizing tendencies that other teams are giving us, because giving up free bases is never something that we want to do. We need to be better at that, and we've gotten better at it as the season's gone on. But every time something like that where we really struggled on a weekend, back to the drawing board, figure out how to get better. Louisville has a lot of speed. They got a handful of guys, 3 guys over 30 bags, one guy who's 51 for 52. There's real speed there. And I've seen guys that are really quick to the plate and they still take bags off of them. Seen guys that have howitzers for arms behind the dish and they're still getting bags off of them. And so I think it's good for the game. It's good for us because it continues to teach you, a 1-3-5, which was good to, have a time to home plate as a pitcher. Maybe now it's not that anymore. Maybe a 1-2 is necessary to shut down a run game. It's also mixing looks, because if you fall into a rhythm, other teams can pick that up. So you can tell they've worked a lot on the bases, as well as recruited a lot of speed. But also they got a handful of guys up and down their lineup that are tremendous hitters that work the ball really well on top of the zone and bottom of the zone, inside, outside. So that makes it quite a challenge, which is always welcomed, for whoever's playing against them to prepare for their pitchers and make sure their guys are out there executing high-quality pitches. As well as I believe the guy they're starting first against us, he's got a big-time arm. He's got a lot of punch-outs too. And so there's always stuff. And I feel like we've played a lot of great competition. The teams that can run, we played against teams that have really good arms. Iowa had a great set of arms as well. It's like what Gav said, being who's on fire right now, who's hot, who's playing their best baseball, who's going to respond to failure, who's going to let 27,000 fans, play into the equation of how they're performing, as opposed to just focusing on the game and the joy that goes with it. So I know Louisville, they do a lot of things really well. Just watching a handful of their games already, and doing a little bit deeper of a dive on some of their hitters and situational stuff. You know, it was you could tell they've deserved the right to be here. Is how they've gone about their business. They've played a lot of really good teams, so we got to make sure that we're ready to go out and compete.
Got time for 2 more questions, so we're going to go in the back right here and then up in the front.
2 quick questions here. First one, can you speak about the impact that AJ has had on this team coming over from Iowa Western? And then also, kind of to that earlier question, following up on that, just having West Coast teams here, again, Arizona's coach Chip Hale kind of mentioned that the only way to kind of defeat what the SEC is doing in terms of their recruiting is to get here to Omaha. So can you just kind of speak of you and Arizona and UCLA getting here and how that kind of shows more parity in college baseball?
Yeah. Well, first off, with AJ Singer, tremendous. In my mind, I don't know how the guy's not going to be a Gold Glover. He's made one error all year, you know, and like we could see that stuff. You watch him go out there and play, how he turns a double play, how he moves his feet. He's got 160 plus assists, so he's ranging to a lot of balls as well. You know, how he turns a double play, cuts and relays, you name it. He stays very involved in the game. He's present. He's done it each and every game, right? And then the other part that no one sees is he taught a handful of our classroom sessions in the fall, and he wanted to do it. I always open it up for guys, hey, who wants to teach and share some wisdom with the other guys or prepare on something you don't know? And AJ did it multiple times where he goes, hey, I'd like to present this to the group. And he comes in our office, presents to the coaches, does a little practice round, then goes and presents to the guys. And so I think his leadership, his calming nature, and the fact that he wants to coach someday, he's expressed that. And he has a vision on where and what he wants to do as a coach. And so it's like giving him opportunities to learn what that entails and how to become even more of a leader. But he was extremely successful, you know, at Iowa Western, and now he's extremely successful here as well. He enjoys and loved everything about that program when he was there, and he's embraced very quickly and loved everything about what he's doing at Oregon State. So tremendous young man, and he's going to be a great coach and a great player for a long time. When it comes to the West Coast stuff, I mean, I'm from the Northwest, and West, bringing pride back and having people understand how good baseball is out West is tremendous. I know that a lot of attention gets given with finances and you know, players getting drafted and all this. Look where, not necessarily where the players played and got drafted from, but a lot of guys were on the West Coast playing as freshmen or sophomores and really, really good, and maybe transferred, and that they were going to get drafted out there. Did Paul Skeens get drafted because of where he was at, or was it because he threw 100 miles an hour and he was really good? There's no doubt he continued to develop and all those other things. I'm not taking anything away from that, but I just think that the amount of high-quality players that come from the West Coast, and watching, you know, UCLA and Arizona, and I'm thinking about Irvine and Santa Barbara and all the other schools throughout the West Coast that have tremendous talent, are extremely well coached. It's great baseball. And for kids that are on the West Coast to be able to play in front of their families and continue to develop, because it's not about getting drafted or anything like that. It's, are you going to be ready, or what's putting you in the best position to make the most out of college, get your education, and win a College World Series, but also going on and playing in the big leagues for a long time, not just making an appearance or saying you played pro ball. You know, it's making the most of your career and maximizing your potential. You know, I am biased. I see it all the time. We were down in Fullerton playing this year, and I went out to a restaurant where, with some of the other coaches, where Augie had his memorial service. You know, it's like the Fullerton Bar and Grill or whatever, and they got ribs and pints and all that stuff, and it was just really cool to walk around and see the history of Fullerton baseball and what they did over the years. And it's like little places like that as we go out and travel. I like learning about the history, especially of West Coast baseball. You know, there's a lot of programs. I remember one time I was going through the basement of Gill, our basketball coliseum, and clearing out one of the closets, and I found a letter to Coach Casey from another college coach from USC, and that letter was written out to Case, talking about how awesome it was and how proud he was of Case for doing what he did, getting Oregon State to the College World Series and winning it. And it was cool to see like the respect that coaches have for one another, especially on the West Coast. You know, fierce competitors up and down, and everyone wants to win and recruit and hard and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like they still have a lot of respect for one another. Coach Casey and Pat Murphy, when he was at Arizona State, fierce competitors against one another. And I now watch having, talking to Case all the time, the relationship they have as friends now. And Murph doing it in the big leagues, and just Case, being a part of all those things and mentoring people from across the country. I think it's pretty special. And I hope a lot of people see from our three teams, not just those 3 teams, but all the other teams up and down the West Coast that are doing phenomenal things, and how difficult it is competing day in and day out against those teams because of how they're coached. I got a lot of respect for Ben down in Irvine, and every time you go in there, those guys aren't going to move their feet. They're going to get hit by pitches if you throw it inside, right? And Brock does it at San Diego as well. They just nonstop, highly competitive teams, well coached.
One more question.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Yes. Coach, can you speak a little bit about the importance of Beaver Nation this year, especially being the eagerness to go on the road and travel with you guys and support you guys through all that?
I'd like to express my gratitude for Beaver Nation for not absolutely attacking me, for not having a ton of home games, but also believing and trusting in us that, as we said from the beginning, we'll do whatever it takes to play the most meaningful home games at the end of the year. And, we maximize the amount of games in the postseason at home too, so got a lot of home games from that. But that environment in Corvallis the last couple weeks, beautiful weather, extremely meaningful games to go on, and we've been in the postseason each of these years, but to, break through and get back to Omaha and have the opportunity to go out and win it all. The environment was great. We got our head football coach sitting there going berserk the entirety of the game. Everyone in my cul-de-sac and alumni showing up. Jacoby showed up. Darwin came back. A lot of other alums. I mean, the stadium sold out quick as ever, and people were trying to find ways on top of the parking garage to watch. It was amazing. And it was nonstop, like clapping, cheering, chanting. I said I typically am so focused on the game, I don't hear or see what's going on in the crowd. I'm just really wanting to pay attention to the players and what's happening in the game. But I took a minute and I had to be like, this is absolutely amazing. And just the passion and walking around town before or after the games, like to see the joy people had. In my mind, like, that's what's important for us as coaches and student athletes. Part of being at Oregon State Athletic Department is also when I see businesses around town. Athletics can help our community. If we're successful, people have smiles on their face. They're out and about. They're eating. They're sharing, and it keeps businesses open. Like I think that we have a responsibility to do the right thing and go out and compete and bring joy to our fan base, because it also bolsters our community. Like my daughter is like, she's so proud of being a Beaver. She wears Oregon State stuff each and every day. She told me she didn't like the color of my eyes because they were green. They're hazel, but she's just such a diehard Beaver fan. And there's all the other kids in the community or across the country that believe in those things too. So it's much more than just sport. And our fan base, and I know there's going to be a ton of orange and black here. And there's 4,000 of them that go down to Surprise with us week 1 every year. And so for our guys to experience that, like from the get-go, when we went down to Surprise, and I love seeing it. Our guys come out of the dugout, they turn around after the anthem and see all the orange and black and all those like newbies to the program, turn around and see that. I'm like, there it is. And they're going to be with you all year, and they're going to be with you for the rest of your life. They love you. They want to see you go out and be successful. They're with you through the good and the bad. Like I don't know. I've had a lot of other coaches come in and go, wow, it's really like this out here, huh? Hearing coaches that are coming from the East Coast. Butch Thompson said that when he came in a couple of years ago. Link said it when he was here. Wow, this place is pretty special. There's no doubt about it. That's why I wish everyone could live it for a little bit of time.
All right. Thanks, Coach, for your time, and good luck this
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hammond Communications will post a recording of this press conference in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. Transcripts are provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Thanks for joining us.
already 60? Is that what you're saying? Let's see if our buddy's at 6'4".
John Phillips is going to Coach Angel's college.
Who?
John Phillips, he was at Lamar.
Maybe he was the one. I think it was. Okay. Are you guys staying for that? Yes, yes, yes. That's why we're just funneling this in. Okay. Surprised Monty isn't going to be here. Monty and Micah. He's doing, he asked me to come in here because he's going to go do the open locker room. Ah, yeah. Which makes more sense for him. We did the open locker room for Arizona. It was so weird for them because it was like Smith Bailey, the one we weren't talking. He was like right on the left, and it was just like all of them like sweating, just sitting there like this, like because it's hot. I don't know what's going on.
My feelings are hurt. Team up.
How you guys doing? How you doing?
Everybody knows who you are already, right?
Guys, if I could get you take off your hat.
This is just baseball.
He looks great.
It's okay if I have this one too.
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Welcome back to a couple of you. Just a few reminders before we get going. As a courtesy to your fellow media members, coaches, and student athletes, please silence all of your cell phones, and recording press conference video on cell phones is prohibited. We have 2 mic runners. Please wait for the microphone to reach you before asking your question. When you do receive the microphone, please state your name and media affiliation and who you are directing your question towards. We do have a Zoom room. If you are in the Zoom room, please use the raise hand function for questions. We'll address questions in the room first and then take questions from Zoom. So welcome now to the Louisville Cardinals, head coach Dan McDonald, and student athletes Eddie King Jr. and Patrick Forbes. Gentlemen, congrats on a fantastic season and making it to Omaha. And Coach, if you want to start with a brief opening statement.
Amen. Well, thank you. This is awesome to be here, awesome to be back. And because of these guys to my left who stuck with it and fought through some hard times, I'm super proud of these 5 or 6 juniors and seniors that really steered the ship in the right direction. And no matter what, it was a fun year, and because getting to coach these guys every day. So for them to enjoy the success of a postseason run, it's awesome because it puts them in the history books, and it puts them on the CWS wall in left center. It puts them on the brick building when you come in and out of practice. And so it's something that they've had to look at every day for years. And to be a part of that history is awesome, but they want to add more. So that's why we're here, to play good baseball.
Okay, we're going to start with questions for the student athletes.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Patrick and Eddie, can you guys speak a little bit about overcoming adversity this year? I know you guys had a lot of injuries. You guys seem to have come together as a big team here down the stretch. Everybody seems to be healthy, going the right direction. Just speak a little bit about overcoming all that adversity, a bunch of time missed from key guys.
Patrick, if you want to start. Then
Yeah.
Eddie.
Yeah, we definitely overcame some adversity for sure, but I think, in this game it's hard not to have some adversity at some point. But as Coach McDonald likes to say, we're battle tested, and some teams don't have to go through adversity. So then when they get to the postseason, then they don't know how to handle it. So I'm glad we could handle it at the beginning of the year. So then now it seems like it's easy.
Like Pat said, it's hard to not have adversity going into or playing a baseball season. So, we had guys stepping up all the time. Like for an outfielder, Michael Lippy, he stepped up big time when we needed him. So just having guys that can just back people up, step up when we need them. That's just really huge for us.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Patrick and Eddie, you were both on the team last year, and it was a pretty rough season. Was there a point where it clicked for both of y'all that you thought this could be a special team?
Yeah. I think all of us knew in the fall that we were a special team. It's just we had to put everything together at the right time. And then, you know, the season started. We had a really good first weekend, and then, you know, injuries started to happen. I got injured too, but we lost Klein, you know. So it's just, we knew we had a special team no matter who was in the lineup, but we just had to put it all together at the same time, and we ended up doing it, even though we got knocked down, but we fought right back.
Yeah, kind of like he said, you know, in the fall we could really tell this was kind of just a different group. I don't really know what specifically it was, but there's kind of just a different feel. And then once the season rolled around, you kind of saw us, you know, had a few walk-off wins. You know, the group never really gave up at all. So I think that just kind of shows what kind of group we are and how competitive we are.
Bieniek of 11.7. You guys have already touched on it in the first two questions about the injuries, but specifically, Patrick, and I know, Eddie, you mentioned his injury as well. Matt Klein comes back, and all of a sudden, the pitching staff has really found its groove right now. One, you're healthy, but two, what kind of impact does he have on the pitching staff?
No, he's had a huge impact. It's definitely great to get him back. Even just his bat in the lineup is huge, not just what he does behind the dish. But, you know, everyone feels comfortable throwing to Matt. You know, he's going to give it 100% every time he's back there. So that's really all you can ask for. So it's great to have him back. And I think it's a big reason why the pitching staff has had a lot of success in the postseason.
On the offensive side, it's great having him in the lineup. You know, you got a very strong bat in Matt Klein. So it just makes us as hitters feel a lot better about ourselves. You know, I feel like it takes a lot of pressure off of a lot of batters. So just having him back is really key, and he is like one of the biggest parts of the lineup, so I'm glad he's back.
Any more questions for the student athletes? Okay, Patrick, Eddie, thank you for joining us, and good luck this week.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys are good? Yep.
I like it. They want to stay. Hang out.
Okay, now we will open it up to questions from Coach.
Coach, Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. A lot of injuries this year. We talked about it. Can you speak a little bit about Matt Klein and what he's meant for this pitching staff? I mean, we know we can do offensively, but defensively, it feels like you guys have just reached a new gear.
Yeah, we had such high hopes for Matt going into the year. You know, had a strong summer in the Cape Cod League and clearly looked like our best all-around hitter, team captain, you know, a catcher back there with the reputation we have for success with our catchers, and we got off to a really good start. I think we were ranked in the top 25, and then that HBP second weekend of the year. But like Eddie and Patrick said, you know, we met in the outfield. We were on the road. I had 3 young catchers there, and you know, I just looked them in the eye and said, man, we're not taking a step back. It's time you step up. That's why you're here. And Matt did a great job. Probably in the long run is probably going to be a better baseball player for it because he had to lean over the railing. He really got to kind of see it more as a coach probably. And he coached up. He helped Coach Snyder with those 3 young catchers. And he got to see all the things that we preach in coaching offensively and defensively. And so the goal was to just, man, hopefully right this ship, play good enough and put ourselves in a position. And, you know, fortunately getting in the postseason, he was back just in time. The Monday, you know, after the injury, I met with he and the captains, and we talked about Eddie and other guys having to step up. But when they left, I called Matt back into my office, and I pulled up on my phone the story, you know, with Warren Morris and what he went through and having to come back and he helped his team win a national championship. And I said, Matt, and this is, if it looks like the timeline is you're going to play in the postseason, then you have to see it, you have to believe it, you have to do it every day, you know. And so, you know, I always share also a little message when guys get hurt. My wife's a huge music fan. And so, you know, in the movie Queen, you know, he says good thoughts, good words, good deeds. And so anytime one of our guys gets hurt, I always send that little clip because the power of the mind can go a long way. And so feeling sorry for yourself is not going to get you back. And I give Matt a lot of credit because he was a great leader. I think he was better prepared when he came back, and how well he jumped in and just helped us on both sides of the ball.
Coach Will Dawson with the Christian Broadcasting Network. Obviously, it's a special season. For you personally, it seems like there's more going on. Could you talk a little bit about your faith and even the culture of faith that seems to be kind of permeating your program?
Yeah, I think it starts with our FCA program. Chris Morgan, he's been there as long as I've been there, 19 years. So we have a strong faith component. You don't have to be a Christian in our program. If anything, our whole motto is to love and to serve. So you can be any religious faith, you can be any nationality. It doesn't matter. We're gonna love on you. We're gonna serve you. That's what we're called to do. So, but I'm sure we attract a lot of spiritual kids from spiritual families. But like I said, you don't have to. And so that presence, maybe even in the transfer portal, bringing some older kids, 22, 23-year-olds that not only have a strong faith, but you're just much mature than you were probably at 18 and 19, and so it's just who we are, and it's impressive. I always think back when I was that age. I wish I had more wisdom, and I wish I had a stronger faith, and I wish I had made better decisions. So it's really neat. And they know from me, at least, when we talk about being a Christian, and they know I'm not perfect. They see my best and they see my worst. And when they see my worst, I usually have to address it as to like, hey, man, that's who I am, right? I'm a sinner, and at least I'm aware of it. As many times I make God do one of these or shake his head like, oh, man, he didn't just say that, did he? Or he didn't just do that, did he? I do believe we have an obligation to make him smile. So there are times where I try to make him smile, or at least our program is able to make him smile.
Hey, Dan. Eric Olson, Associated Press. Big picture question for you. Last year, 4 teams from the ACC, 4 teams from the SEC. All the talk was that it was going to be just the high-spending power schools that are at the College World Series forevermore. Kind of what's your take on that? Did you buy into that last year? And kind of when you look at the diversity of this year's field, how do you think that's played out?
Yeah, it's as we've seen in college athletics, right? It's just changing every year. So, I wasn't in a good spot last summer because I just, felt like, it looks like it's getting harder and harder. And I don't know, someone had made the reference about a tough season last year, and I we were the 6th seed in the ACC, and 4 teams ahead of us went to Omaha, and the 5th team was a national seed that lost in a super regional. So I was also looking at it as like, man, we're so close, but, we still have many challenges and many obstacles. And I just think they're great, valuable lessons in life, right? Like, I always say it, if the stars have to line up for you to have success, you're probably not going to be a really successful person. Now, I do believe some people start on first base, second base, and third base. I try to be real about that. Like, I understand some people are, man, they're starting in the dugout, and it might be tougher on others. But the lessons I'm trying to teach our kids is we have an opportunity to win every day, right? So let's just, tonight when you go to bed, and we like to say sleep in on the front end, all right? So get to bed early and get a good night's sleep. And so when you wake up tomorrow morning, man, just be ready to win the day. And so we obviously did that as a program, but man, I'm super happy. As much as I wanted more ACC schools here, and I thought we were going to have more ACC schools here, it's hard to not be happy, for the 6 conferences and, a school like Murray State, where I played at the Citadel and to dogpile to go to Omaha, man, the greatest baseball experience of my playing career. And it's going to go down as one of the greatest experiences of my baseball experience. But I just remember that taught me, if at a military school you can go to Omaha, you can do anything. And so I took that work ethic from my dad and my experience at the Citadel, and going into coaching, it was like, and I was blessed because I got to coach 8 years at the Citadel. So, sell kids to come to a military school, and you can sell, all right? And so I learned how to recruit and connect, and what I learned as a player, I've taken into my coaching experience. So a year from now, who knows? It could look a lot different than this year. Just do the best you got with the resources you got, and try to win as many days as you can. And so, like I said, man, it's pretty neat to see these schools. And I shook a coach's hand because I don't want to say the coach and I don't want to say the school, but I shook a coach's hand. We looked each other in the eye last night, and it was man, I don't know if we were going to get back here kind of look. Like 2 coaches in schools that have been here a lot just kind of had a look of like, whew. It's been interesting the past few years. So I'm obviously happy right now for college baseball, and hopefully we're moving in the right direction.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central coach. You kind of touched on it with the transfer portal, but this team's built with a lot of homegrown guys. What does that say about your coaching staff and your program that Forbes and Eddie King and Zion don't enter the portal, that they stay and build something?
Yeah, I'm not sitting up here tonight or this afternoon. We had 3 guys on Team USA. And it's not Team USA's fault, because I love Team USA. I mean, and when your kids get a chance to be a part of it, it's awesome. But it's sad, too, when the best players in the country get put in front of the schools with the most money. And maybe not for that kid individually. I don't know. I'm not here to judge every kid, but, just not fun. And so, yeah, there was a realization this time last summer, like our program could have just, crashed. We were low. As I said, we were in the valley, but that's why I have so much appreciation for those kids who they could have taken more money. They could have taken schools that were selling. I guess you say more than us. You could only sell more money than us. I'm sorry. I'll go toe to toe with any coach or school in the country. So if you're chasing more money, good luck. But you want to list the other 25 qualities, let's go toe to toe and let's see whose resume stacks up. So fortunately, we were able to keep those older players. We recruit at a high level. We coach and develop at a high level. As I like to say, since 2014, somebody might have passed us in the last year, so 307 schools. But going into spring training, or when opening day started in 2024, we had the most big leaguers, in the last decade, and we had the most big leaguers on opening day roster. So, at the end of the day, you're asking kids, like, what is it you want? What is it you're chasing? And so we just had to be who we are, but we had to dig in. Transformation was a word in our program, but thankfully those kids stayed. We hit right. What's cool about those transfer portal kids was they were walking into a tough situation, and that was made very clear. Like, hey, you see where this program's been at. You see some of our challenges. You got a chance to be a part of something special. Like, you got a chance to revive us and help us restore the tradition and what this program's been for a couple decades. And I just thought it was fitting. I mean, I wanted Justin West to get the last out because he was one of those older guys that went through injuries, and he stuck with us. But we flipped the ball to Brennan Cutts. And Brennan Cutts was in the transfer portal because his head coach left. So that's why I'm never like anti-transfer portal, because I think there's a lot of good reasons for a lot of players. But there's obviously some reasons that just are shady. And you've heard coaches talk about them, and it's just amazing that we've allowed that to happen. And so we'll continue recruiting at a high level. We'll coach our tails off, and we'll develop. And when I say develop, we're trying to help these kids in a lot of areas, on and off the field. And we've got a track record that's proven that we're pretty good at it.
Dan, Scott Rabelais with the Baton Rouge Advocate. Another big picture question for you. Seems like there's been a proliferation of guys who can really, real power pitchers in the last couple of years, 98, 99, 100 miles an hour. Do you have anyone on your staff who regularly hits the 100 miles an hour? And what are your thoughts on how that's being countered by all the data that you have now on pitchers that you can give to your hitters, and to see what the guys' tendencies are before they even ever play them?
Yeah, technology has taken over, and I'm sure I hear him say it on the broadcast, right? 25 years ago, you could count on your hand how many guys, hit 100. Now there's, you could name, how many guys are throwing that hard. I think these pitchers are throwing harder. It's a lot of young kids are chasing velo. We have several guys that throw really hard. Patrick Forbes will start game one and he throws hard. But we have an obligation, right, to teach these kids how to pitch. I think the data can be very useful. You're talking to somebody with a degree in mathematics, and I like numbers. I like crunching numbers. But you can't lose the ability to help kids compete and pitch. And so a lot of data and a lot of metrics and that stuff's really good, but there's something about standing on the mound and having to make a pitch when it's second and third and there's 2 outs. You got runners in scoring position, and it's the same for a hitter. So I think we're all challenged with that balance of technology and information. A lot of information out there, but this is about roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty and compete. And so we preach. I mean, last year our book was Toughness by Jay Billis. This year's Chasing Excellence by a CrossFit trainer. So I like to teach the principles that I think are going to help you win now, but they're going to stick with you for the rest of your life. And I give those hitters a lot of credit because, man, there's a lot of pitchers throwing really hard, and it's impressive how good hitters are being able to compete.
Noah Bieniek of 11.7, Coach, you mentioned Brennan Cutts, adding him in the transfer portal. He's one of the few guys that do have postseason experience, but this year coming in, this was a group that had just been on the outside of the NCAA tournament the last couple of years, but it seems like such a loose group. You run through the Nashville regional, then you host a regional with a huge fan base that was very rowdy, great atmosphere, and this team looks like, all the different hairstyles, they just have a very loose feeling to them. Can you describe just the way that the team's been playing the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I appreciate you noticing it. It's especially the hair. Like I said, my wife's into that too. So I just think it shows a lot of unity when you do things like that. Hey, if you do it, I'll do it, and you do it, and hey, we'll do this together. Whether you think it looks great or you might think it looks ridiculous. I just think stuff like that is really cool, that this group has been very close. And like I said, either way, no matter what happened in the postseason, this group got us back on track, and it's just been a lot of fun. I like where we're at. You know, I've talked about schools that have won a national championship that really don't have much experience being out here. Experience is a coin flip. I think there's good and bad with it. My job is to feed off of these kids and what makes them go and where they're at and just support them in that. And so even though we use that phrase, man, we're enjoying the journey. Like, we are enjoying the journey. I mean, how much fun was that practice today? And how much fun is it going to be tomorrow to run out there and compete against a storied program? So we won't talk a lot about that phrase, and I won't use the W word a whole lot. Man, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna play fast. We're gonna throw the ball, catch the ball, and hit the ball, and let the scoreboard kind of take care of itself.
Hey, Dan. Eric with the Associated Press again. Just a follow-up to what I was asking you earlier. With the House settlement and the scholarships, now potentially maybe 34th, that's what the number's going to be. Whether teams maximize that or not, there'll probably be more at some of the bigger budget programs. What do you think that means then as we move forward? Because you mentioned you were happy for college baseball to see some of these teams get here. As we take the next step with the money, is that going to block out some people from chasing championships?
Yeah, unfortunately, right, we'll always have this gap. It just, the rich get richer, and I think I'm not negative as to what's going on right now with the settlement and all the things. I have my own opinion that I wish, as an Olympic sport, I wish the first 2.5 of the 20.5 had to go to scholarships and more scholarships, but it doesn't. So I have no idea what the future holds. I have no idea the mid-major baseball program to the Power Four. I really don't. I don't know what's going to happen to all these other Olympic sports. And I hope we don't look up 3 to 5 years from now and we just killed 8 to 10 sports. I mean, we know who makes the money. Like I've always said, you cannot be a college coach in any sport and not understand where the money comes from. But if don't act like you're supporting the other sports if you're really not. And the way I read the legislation, the way I'm trying to understand this, is there's no guarantee for all the other sports. None. And I'm preparing myself, and I think we're going to look up, and they're not getting more scholarships. Just blows my mind. $20.5 million, and we couldn't take the first $2.5 million and put it, like you had to put it towards more scholarships. So an equivalency sport of 11.7, which I'm assuming that's why it's on your shirt, but when I played, that's what it was. There's a lot of gray going on here, okay? And to see baseball families over the years and borrowing money and the loans and fighting to make this work, yeah, it's awesome to think we got 34 kids that could be on a full ride, but I'm not going to have 34 kids on a full ride. And 307 Division I schools, I see my friends from the ABCA here. I'm sure Craig will share with us how many of those schools are at 34, and then how many are over 25, and then how many are under 20. And I hate to say it, but I think there's a lot of schools that are still going to be, whether that's 11.7 or close to that. And that saddens me, because as much as we act like we're doing these great things for athletes, it's a small percentage is what we're doing great things for. And that small percentage, hey, good for you. It's a crooked number, and it's another zero. And it's another zero. But man, I just hope we didn't kill off a bunch of sports, especially with what we've done in Title IX, right? The last 20 plus years. Like, what's going to happen to those sports? It's because I know what athletics does. I know what being a part of a team does. How you help young men and young women. How you prepare them for life and the lessons and the things we talk about and how they could go on to be a great husband or a great wife and a great mom and a great dad. And if we robbed a bunch of these boys and girls an opportunity to be a part of a team, part of something special, I don't know who's going to feel good about this 3 to 5 years from now. And that's, as people who know me, I'm just going to speak my piece and what I believe.
Got time for one more question?
Mike Patterson, Omaha World Herald. Coach, just more immediately, what are your thoughts on Oregon State?
I made a little comment about them, but such a winning program, great tradition. And even though they've been through something really bizarre with, their league breaking up and not having a home, you knew they had a lot of talented kids and a lot of and so now you just took a team, really talented, who I think like us, a different path to get here, but a chip on our shoulder. I don't know how you're part of the athletic program and you don't have a chip on your shoulder, right? And, and so there's a reason they've done what they've done this year. I don't know if it really surprises anybody. I'm impressed by the adversity and what they had to go through, being on the road and traveling and all that. But it doesn't surprise, I don't think, anybody in college baseball as to why they're here and how good and dangerous they are.
That concludes our press conference day. Thank you, Coach, and good luck this week. Thanks for your time. Yes, you're good.
Can't be the only one wearing glasses. Damn.
What's that?
I'm the only one who wears glasses. You guys,
Got my old man glasses.
you young fellas.
We ready to go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. To some of you, just a couple of reminders before we get going. As a courtesy to your fellow media members, please silence all your cell phones, and recording press conferences on your cell phones is prohibited. Please provide your name and a media affiliation each time you ask a question during the press conference. We'll have 2 mic runners. Please wait for the microphone to reach you before asking a question. If you're joining us on Zoom today, please use the raise hand function for questions. We will address the questions first in the room, and then take questions from Zoom if time permits. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. I'll do introductions before we get into opening statements. So we have Jay Artigues from the D1 Men's Baseball Committee, Anthony Holman from the NCAA, and Craig Kylitz, the ABCA Executive Director. So starting with Jay, if you'd like to give an opening statement, we'll work our way down.
No, really excited about this week. You know, this is the time I look forward to. The last 4 years have been the funnest 2 weeks of my life. So it's a lot of fun to be here. It's a heck of a group this year, the 8 teams that are coming in. And everybody's probably excited about the different group. First time since 57 that we've had no returners, which we'll get into in a few minutes. But I just want to say, really look forward to a great week. And thank y'all for being here for the coverage. The coverage we get these days doesn't compare to how it's been in the past. So thank y'all very much.
Good. All right. Likewise, thanks for coming out and supporting the championship. We're excited to be here in Omaha for the 75th anniversary of the championship being in Omaha. Randy Bohr from our staff will remind you it's the 78th year of the College World Series, but 75 years in Omaha is no small feat, and we are excited to celebrate with our friends here in Omaha. And we'll talk a little bit more about what's going on this weekend and over the next 2 weeks. So, thank you.
Well, there's not a better place in the world to be than Omaha, Nebraska at this time of the year. So I think about how much I enjoy this tournament, and I've been here for about 15 or 16, I think, and it seems to get more and more special every year, maybe as I get older, but it's a great place to be in June. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open up the questions. A reminder, state your name and affiliation, and also who you are directing your question towards. Start right up front.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Jay, and to an extent, Anthony, as the committee continues to evolve, you mentioned the growth of college baseball and the coverage of it. It's kind of a weird dynamic when we watch college football give us weekly updates on where the committee stands, and college basketball, a halfway point, they say, here's our top 16 teams. Have you guys considered a midseason update of sorts as, again, this sport continues to evolve?
Yeah, you know, it's funny you asked that question because somebody brought that up, and I think baseball's a little bit different. It's a little bit tough to do that, but it was discussed. It definitely was brought up, and you mentioned the coverage today. I was talking to Craig's dad earlier, and he was talking about when he was in this role, and I told him how much easier I think it is today for us to do this because of y'all. You know, the resources we have, what we're able to see, the information we get from you guys. And also, every game's on the ESPN platform. You know, if you want to watch a baseball game, get on ESPN Plus. And what I want to tip my hat to, I'm looking at Jeremy in the back, committee member from Southern Miss, is they really watched a lot of games. The eyeball test today is really important because you see so many teams from across the country playing each other, but also the structure of the conference tournament now. Everybody doesn't play each other in a lot of the bigger conferences, which makes it challenging. So I think watching it on the ESPN platform and the eye test, I think that helps us, but as far as seeding them halfway through, I think it's a little more challenging in baseball to do that, you know, because the injury to a Friday night starter early in the season compared to late in the season, if you look at all the aspects, it makes it a challenge to do that.
So I'm going to protect them from themselves and try and talk them not into doing that for the reasons he says, but also because you guys are so good at your jobs, right? I don't want you to see that in April and then call me and say, hey, you said 3 weeks ago that so-and-so is the number 1 seed. But what we will commit to doing, and I think it's really important, is talking about the metrics that the committee uses earlier in the year, and then let you guys do some assessments to say, hey, based off of what the committee is going to be using right now, this is how that would probably fold out. I think we can do a better job of educating you on what they look at, and then you guys can make your own assessments, you know, weekly.
I think,
yeah, go ahead.
I think what Anthony mentioned, the transparency on our part, to let everybody know exactly what you're looking for in that room. Because you got to remember, there's 10 ADs. We're all A-type personalities. We're used to getting our own way on our own campuses. And y'all come in there with different opinions, which is what makes it so special. Guys from the East Coast, West Coast, North, South. And I think the information we're able to get, like Anthony alluded to, was really important.
Hey, Jay, Eric Olson with the Associated Press. This is kind of a what-if question, I guess. There's been a lot of talk already, though, about Arkansas and LSU, a 3 and a 6 national seed meeting in the first round. Would this be a good year for a reseed?
That was discussed at dinner last night, actually, and I think the challenge of that is that's what also makes it so special. When you look at what's going on with Murray State and some of the other teams in this field, reseeding has always been discussed, but this year it won't be. It's a little too late for this year, but I think it may be something they do at least talk about, no question about it. This year kind of brought that to the forefront.
Can I have a follow-up question? He knows a lot about baseball. If you were to reseed, would you suggest it based off of the entire season body of work, or just from the regionals through the end?
Throw it back at it, baby.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
After the Super, so really, so you got a sample size of 2 or 3 games potentially. All right, I don't agree with that. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Howard Borden, Borden Broadcasting, Cuba in Omaha. Welcome back, everybody. 75 years, hard to believe. It gets better and better. Question for all of you. There was an article in the news maybe a week or a week and a half ago where in basketball, they're considering to grow the sport and the popularity by maybe looking at more inclusive games to get to the basketball tournament. We are at that 64 point as we have whatever the metrics are going to be with the committees evaluating teams around the country. Some conferences internally are more powerful. Other ones have to schedule in non-con, knowing that they may not have a chance to go as deep, have to schedule some games early on in anticipation of how deep big conferences go. So the question is, are we at a point where we could have some excitement, where we would have some teams playing in to get into the tournament? Thank you.
Jay, if you want to start, and then
yeah, I'll start that. So you're asking if we should expand the field, and there's always discussion about that. As far as excitement, would it bring excitement? I don't know if there's any more excitement that could be in college baseball today. But to your point, there's a lot of factors that go into that. One's TV, and Anthony's a lot smarter than I am, and he'll tell you a little bit more about the TV aspect of it. I love expanding it, coming from a mid-major school. If you see the success of Murray State's and some of the other mid-majors around the country right now, it shows they can play with the big boys. And look, it's always a challenge. Do you take a 12th or 13th place team in SEC versus a mid-major? That's always going to be an argument. It's always going to be a challenge. Even if we expand it, am I in favor of personally? Yes, I am personally. But there's so many aspects that I don't even think about, like the TV, and like the cost aspirations of it. So from a perspective of that, it makes it a little challenge. From a personal perspective, I love it. It definitely has pros and cons, though, no question.
I'm going to pass and let Craig go first. I'll come back, Howard, but I'm going to pass. Let Craig answer first.
Yes. Yeah. No, I would love to have us look at it. That I don't know if we'd have a play-in aspect because there's just not that time available to do that. But we have a really special tournament, and it's like a great restaurant, and they expand, and then all of a sudden things fall apart on them. That's something we always need to be very cognizant of. But I'd love to see more teams in, because I think there's teams that are deserving to be in that fit in the field and would do well in the field. I don't think it's just an additional type teams. These are teams that belong in. So I hope that we continue to evaluate that.
All right. I thought that would be the answers from those guys, and I don't disagree from a personal aspect. From the vice president of championships hat lens, I don't know what the value proposition is to that, right? And we've got a very robust championship. Our broadcast partners do a tremendous job. We're fortunate to have the coverage that we have. Anytime you add something to it, you run the risk of, to Craig's point, messing up the recipe a little bit. And the last part of this, and full transparency, we lose money on regionals, right? So the proposition of not garnering additional revenue to offset expenses and just adding to expenses in this day's economic landscape doesn't make a whole lot of business sense.
We stopped caring about finances a few months ago.
Yeah, apparently. yeah.
Noah Bieniek of 11.7. I would like to add my input to Anthony's question. Murray State, the 4 seed in this field of 8 in Omaha, they go to Ole Miss, an SEC host. They beat them 2 of 3. They knock off Georgia Tech, who won the regular season in the ACC. Then they visit Duke and take games 2 and 3. Reseeding in favor of LSU and an Arkansas, an LSU team who had to play a 4 seed 3 times in their regional. Maybe a little bit of a softer draw, maybe reward Murray State for paving their path and possibly making that a weaker part of the Omaha 8. But overall, my question would be, the big storyline this weekend is the diversity of the 8 teams in Omaha. What are your guys' opinion on the 6 different conferences that we see, also Oregon State as an independent as well?
Okay, if you want to lead it.
I love it. You know, part of my job as the executive director of the ABCA is promoting baseball. I don't think we could promote it any better than we have. And I'm probably as surprised as a lot of people as this proliferation of money has followed its way down to say that it might not be possible. But I think it's absolutely remarkable. I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be highly watched and followed. So I don't think we could have scripted it any better. So I'm excited to see how it plays out.
I think it's tremendous, right? And I think this is a great example of young people playing for the name on the front of the jersey and not the name on the back of the jersey, and that's evident there. So yeah, there's tons of money. We know we're talking about NIL deals and all the other stuff, but this is a great example of 9 people on a field making a difference in doing it, right? And that's more than it takes in basketball, just 2 and less in football. The point I'm trying to make is money doesn't always drive competition. So I think the model isn't broken necessarily. I think this is an exciting thing for us to be encouraged about and not discouraged about, because there's still lots of parity and opportunities for teams to be successful.
Yeah, and to go off of that, if you look at what Murray State, if you heard his interview when he talked about we really focus on what we have and what we instead of what we don't have, I think the mid-majors having success, they found the formula. You know, because the Arkansas, the LSUs, and the Georgias of the world, they're going to have the premier 18, 19-year-olds in the country. No question about it. They can't get old because their 18, 19-year-olds are signing after their 3rd year. So they heading out where a mid-major to compete against them is going to have a good 22 or 23-year-old. You put a good 22, 23-year-old against a really good 18-year-old, it evens the field. And I think the mid-majors that are having success are all older. You look at what Southern Miss did this year, their 4th, 5th-year team. That's why they kicking the crap out of some of the P4 teams. I think the formula, the schools that understand that, mid-major-wise, look at Little Rock. Chris Curry did a tremendous job, an older team. The older mid-majors can compete against the really talented P4s, and that's what you're seeing right now.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. This one's for you, Craig, as you probably talk to more coaches than anybody. How is the consensus on the increase in scholarships from 11.7 up to the 30s?
Well, we're nervous and ecstatic all at the same time. I think, we've fought to get a couple more scholarships to possibly have 15 someday. And now to go to 34 maximum is incredible. But there's some things that have to happen along with that. And I keep reading negative stuff after negative stuff after negative stuff, but I'm an internal optimist, and I think we're getting to a spot right now where we can figure out what's happening with our sports. And baseball is just one of many, so they're all going through this. But we got some incredible opportunities right now, and it's up to us, all the ADs, the commissioners, certainly the NCAA, the law firms that are involved in it to make it work. We got to stop pointing the finger and make it work. And so I think our coaches are all on board to say, okay, what is our roster? What does it look like? How many can we have in the fall? How does this transfer portal work? So we can continue to do the things that we do, and that's to build character with young men and women and the educational effort and so forth. But all of that's been lost in this whole cluster of lawsuits. I mean, it's just, it's crazy. But now we are where we are, and we need to make it work, and I'm bullish that we are going to make it work.
Yeah, and to go off of that, she was saying, I think it's you have to be creative and make it work, especially at the smaller size schools, you know. But just figuring that out. I remember when they started, NFL started free agency. Everybody said it's going to kill the NFL. Well, it didn't, and it's thriving like it is. I think it's the same with college baseball. People are like, well, NIL is going to kill college baseball, college athletics. It's not. It's just you got to change. You have to adapt. The teams that are doing that, like Craig alluded to, are going to be the ones succeeding. So just embrace it and figure it out, because right now it's definitely a moving target. But it's something as administrators we have to figure that part out. Great question.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Start with Anthony, and then Craig and Jay. You guys can add in on this as you want. Have we thought about moving the transfer portal date? I know that we've had coaches in the regionals and super regionals, and they've had a hard time having to have special hotel rooms where they take these phone calls because kids are already in the transfer portal before they even get going. Have we thought about moving it to the end of the season so these guys can play out the whole season before they start having to look for the new roster?
Yeah, I think that's a really fair question. What we're seeing is a model. There's a group working on it's called the Division I decision-making working group, right? And they are making some recommendations about the new normal around Division I. And one of those things may be we can't have universal days for all sports, right? So, you know, we may move to this model where there's oversight committees for each sport, and they may establish their own. I think that's probably a direction we may see, and that probably makes the most sense for those sports.
Yeah, and if you remember years ago, the draft was going on while the College World Series was going on, and that was changed. You know, so I do think, yes, I think that's something to definitely look into. So, valid point.
Time for one more question.
Yeah, Craig, Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Dan McDonnell said that you might have this for us. Have you taken any surveys on what the scholarship offerings are going to be, like school to school? How many are going to offer 34? How many 25? How many under 20?
Mm-hmm. I don't think the schools know what they're going to offer right now. I think as they work through this, they're trying to figure it out. You know, the athletic director's position's always been difficult, and I don't know if it's ever been more difficult than it has been right now, because the uncertainty, all the different budgets, and the different people pulling at them and trying to find that money to make it work. So I don't know where we are, but I do know we'll be better than 11.7 at most of the schools, and I do think that we'll have a lot more closer to 30, 34 than we will at 25, which is incredible. And so we'll see how it plays out. But I don't think anybody has any idea right now, or doesn't have a great idea, and they're not keeping it from you. It's just, we just don't know where they're at right now.
That concludes today's press conference. I want to thank you, all three of you, for taking the time to do this. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Great
it.
series.
Good job, buddy.
Hammond Communications will post a recording of this press conference in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. Transcripts are provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Thank you, guys. Nice meeting you. Of course.
How you doing, Craig? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, too. Got a good handshake. Still upright.
On a super small scale, big ass guys. No, I think that's for anybody. It's just an 88 drop back, and then you can get your spot and go to lot D if you have your parking pass and take it over there. Yeah, that's my understanding. You should be able to do that. Not that I'm aware of. I could reach out if you want me to come in the office. I could call. I could call. I could call. I could call. I could call the chief police or head of the
So tough. A little different. Baseball. So they're going to try to come in for the LSU
So UCLA usually upfield. Yeah. So very out there. And then how about then the athletics start taking you to the LSU. Arkansas first. In Swabber.
Hey, Coach, I apologize. I don't have all of the coaches' nameplates yet.
That's fine.
We got a spot for you here, but.
How you guys doing? If I could ask you to just take your hats off, you can put them down in front of you if you want, right on the table.
Thank you.
Just kind of gets in the way of the screen. Appreciate it. Coach, can I ask you to?
Can you hold on one second?
Oh, sorry.
Give me 1 second. Take my hat off.
Yeah,
Is that
thank
what
you.
you're saying?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Okay.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to those who have stuck with us all day. Just a few reminders before we get going. As a courtesy to your fellow media members, the coaches and student athletes that are joining us, please silence your cell phones, and recording any of the press conference on your cell phone is prohibited. Please provide your name and media affiliation each time you ask a question during the press conference. We have 2 mic runners in the room. Please wait for the microphone to reach you before asking your question. And also, please direct to who you're asking the question towards. If you are joining us on Zoom, please use the raise hand function for questions. We will address questions in the room first and then take questions from Zoom if time permits. Joining us now is members of the UCLA Bruins, head coach John Savage, and student athletes Dean West and Rock Chalowski. So if we could start with a brief opening statement from Coach, and then we'll open it up to questions from the student athletes.
Well, I think you can see by my nameplate, you could tell that they weren't expecting us right here. But no, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. We're excited to be here. Clearly, very hard place to get to. Tough place to get to. We've been, we've been a #1 national seed in 15 and 19, and didn't get here, and just goes to show you how difficult it is. And just really proud of our guys that have gone through this season, and playing good baseball. We're looking forward to the next challenge.
Okay, we'll open up the questions from the student athletes.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Rock and Dean, can you guys just speak a little bit about, what it means to take UCLA back here to Omaha? Everybody knows, it's very tough to get here. Talk a little bit about what it means to take this storied program back here to Omaha this year.
So it's been a long time since we've been back here. Last time we were back here was 2013, and we kind of just want to come back here and kind of put our name back out there on the map and kind of just show everyone what West Coast baseball has to offer.
It's really special. We got a special group of guys. We've dealt with a lot of adversity through the year, and just getting back to Omaha, where the Bruins should be, is really special to us.
Justin Fromer, Hastings Tribune. For both of you guys were obviously here a couple weeks ago for the Big Ten tournament. What were talks like after that game against Nebraska, and maybe how it helped you guys refocus for the NCAA tournament, because you obviously haven't lost since?
Coach made a good point after the game that we can use this game and that weekend out in Omaha. The Big Ten tournament is only going to be useful if we make it useful. So just, understanding the park, getting a taste for what Omaha is, and just being hungry to get back here was the main thing.
Yeah, I thought Rock nailed it. There's always something you can take from each game. It's just dependent on kind of just what you want to take out of it, and kind of just attack each day with that same intent.
Matt Byrne, Arkansas Democrat-Gazette. For both of you guys, just to go off that, you guys had come so close in May, and now you're back here with a chance for something even bigger. Can you kind of describe what that feeling is like?
Obviously, it's a big deal to kind of come back here to Omaha, but we know that we just need to approach each game like it's every other game and not come out of ourselves.
It's pretty surreal being back in Omaha. Only 8 teams a year get to come here and compete for a national championship. And the fact that we're still playing baseball in late June is very important to us. And, that's just the main goal. It's what we chase all year. So being back here with just a chance to win a national championship is really real.
Any more questions for the student athletes? Well, Rock, Dean, thanks for taking the time to join us, and good luck this week.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will open it up to questions for Coach.
Justin Fromer, Hastings Tribune. Same thing, just about you guys being back in Omaha and how you were there a couple weeks ago. Is there any advantage, just the fact that you sort of played in, especially in that Nebraska game, somewhat of a road environment, just you have a feel of the stadium, the dimensions, all that stuff?
Yeah, I think it is. I think we're the only team that's been here, right? This is the first time forever that the 8 teams last year are not back. So that means there's a bunch of new faces, you know. So the fact that we played a week-long tournament here, I think, is an advantage, you know, just in terms of the hotel, practices. You know, we played Illinois, we played Michigan, played Iowa, played Nebraska in front of 15,000. I thought we could, you know, like Rock said, we could use that environment, you know, to our advantage. We haven't lost since that game. So in many ways, I think we can't get too comfortable, right? I told the guys it's not about getting comfy here and losing that edge that we have right now. So I think at the end of the day, you know, baseball's baseball. That's what's great about our team. We like to play anywhere, anytime, against anybody. And, you know, I think they'll just treat it like, you know, another game. But at the same time, I have to say that being here for a whole week in Omaha and you know, seeing where you want to go, right? A lot of teams talk about Omaha, but it's, you know, they hadn't seen it. And we had the advantage of seeing it and loving it and wanting to get back to it. So at the end of the day, I got to believe that we could use that to our advantage.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central coach. Can you just speak a little bit about what Rock has meant for this team, you know, growing as a leader and his offense and defense? I mean, he's been great in all aspects this year, it seems. He
really has. I mean, he's as good as players we've had, and we've had some monster players. We've had 30 major leaguers, you know, so I think he's gone on the path of that route. He's just a winning kid. His feel for the room, his feel for his teammates, his feel for games, his IQ, his baseball IQ is extremely high. We had one of the best American shortstops over the last 15 years in Brandon Crawford. He was a phenomenal shortstop. He reminds me of him on the defensive side. You know, they love playing defense. They love being the quarterback. They love handling that 9-on-1, you know, proposition. And you just don't see many guys that are defensive players of the year. They're also the player of the years. You know, that goes back to, you know, special guys, you know, over 20 hit by pitches, walks, you know, just playing the game. You know, he just plays the game to win. So I think it just rubs off on other guys. It takes the selfishness kind of off some guys and gets them unselfish. And at the end of the day, he's just a winning player. He's been very loyal to UCLA. You know, he played third base last year, hit over 300, had a good freshman year, but at the same time, you know, he's a true potential major league shortstop. And, you know, we're lucky to have him, but he certainly is one of the guys. I mean, he's a leader, but at the same time, you know, he's a true Bruin, and at the end of the day, all he cares about is winning.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Coach, you mentioned Rock. Obviously, there's just been a ton of talent in the UCLA program, but as your players mentioned, haven't been to Omaha since you won it all in 2013. So outside of the individual players like Rock, what makes this team different than some of those that came up short in the past?
I think it's really hard to get here, number one. And you got to have some breaks. You got to have matchups. You got to have health. There's a lot of things that go into it. Like I said earlier, we had 3 double plays in the regionals and super regionals that swung those games. So we had some dogfights with ASU and Irvine and, of course, UTSA. And so I think we've learned from that. We got through that. You know, we played at home. I think anybody would want to play at home in regionals. You look at the percentages and super regionals and home records for Omaha teams. And, you know, I guess it certainly is an advantage, and things fell right for us. You know, UTSA, you know, beat Texas, and then they came to us, and then we were one of the last regional sites. I think we were 15th seed. So, you know, things fell right, and like I said, we were really good in 15. We were really good in 19. We were really good in 20. COVID hit us. We won 40 games in 22. I mean, we've won a lot of games, but we just hadn't knocked the door down and haven't got here. And sometimes that's how people judge you. And that's how major league teams are judged by playoffs. They're judged by getting to the World Series. Some of them have really good years, but at the end of the day, it's about playing here, like Rock said, playing in the middle of the country in the middle of June. And we got here, and the one thing too is I don't consider us a young team. We've had, you can talk about our youth. We have a lot of sophomore. 37 of our 40 players are homegrown players. They're all recruitable players. So we're not really a portal operation. We're not. But they've played 115 Division I games. A lot of these sophomores. There was junior colleges in California that were older than us last year. That's how things are stacked up with the 20 rounds of draft. There's a lot of really good college baseball players that have already been scouted that are 21, 22, 23 years old that are not prospects. That's the truth be told. And it's unfortunate. They're still really good players. They could still possibly be a professional. They're going to get their degree, but there's been a log jam. And, hasn't really been a log jam for us. Our juniors go out and sign and play. And that's kind of been a cycle, a 3-year cycle at UCLA. And really the last couple of years, that's not the last thing you want to be is young in college baseball, college football, college basketball. Ask any Division I football coach, any Division I basketball coach. Youth is not where you want to be. It's just that model used to work, but that model doesn't work, as many freshmen as we had. So now, if they turn into super sophomores like we have now, then you wore it last year and then you come back and it's paid off, right? But some people don't have patience, and people say this or that. But to our credit, our kids have stayed together and they believe in one another, and they're really good players. And there's a lot of future high prospects on our team other than Rock. Roman Martin, Dean West, Levu. Cash Duggar, we have several guys that are really good prospects that other than Rock. So I can go on and on about the landscape of it, but and the West. Look at the West. You got 3 regionals on the West. You had 11 teams from the West and 3 regionals. You only could have 3 teams that come out of it. That's it. That's all you can have, right? Irvine or us are going to come out of, or ASU or Fresno. That's it. The 3 are done. You look at the Oregon Regional. Arizona comes out of that. Oregon State has to come back and beat USC, USC had a really good team. They beat them twice. And then you had 3 teams got through the Super Regional. So that's pretty cool. I think it's the first time since 1988 that you had 3 ex-Pac-12 teams, playing. And that's pretty cool. It's a credit to Arizona and certainly a credit to Oregon State. So that part's pretty cool, because I was a Pac-10 guy for a long time, Pac-12 guy, and it has a strong history in Omaha. I think it has the most national championships of any conference out there. USC had a lot to do with that, obviously, but I was part of one in 1998 at USC, and then we built a something at UCLA, played for a national championship in 2010 with Garrett Cole and Trevor Bauer. 2 really, really, really good players, two legit pitchers. And then in 12, and then we finally knocked the door down in 13. So I don't want to carry on too much, but I just think it's a hard place to get to. That's all I can tell you.
Noah Bieniek of 11.7, Coach, one of the biggest offseason stories outside of coaching changes was Jackie Robinson Stadium. The last question you were asked, what made this team so different? I want to ask, how did this team navigate that fall?
It was hard. The first day of school in September, we were told, hey, you got to be out by noon. It was like the Colts leaving, where'd the Colts leave? Baltimore, in the Mayflower trucks. That's what it was like. It was like, you got to be out by noon, taking stuff off the walls, cords, TVs, this. You got to leave the ballpark. That was the first day of school for a freshman that committed to UCLA. Now it's being told, hey, you don't have any home. And then, but to credit to Cody and of course Rock and Michael Barnett, the leadership that we built a little clubhouse on campus and we worked out of there, and we worked on the intramural field. We worked out on the intramural field during the fall. We worked out at Harvard Westlake, Notre Dame High School, Birmingham High School, LA Valley. Some phenomenal places that really helped us. So we bust every day to those places. So and then we got back in January. So it's been a long ride, but our guys stuck together. They're on the buses a lot. We're in LA traffic a lot. So there's a lot of time spent to one another, probably outside of the NCAA hours in a lot of ways because we were in traffic. But at the end of the day, they grew. And it just felt, at the end of fall, I knew that we potentially had something special. I was just hoping the talent, we had enough talent. The makeup was there, the character, the loyalty, the toughness, and that's great to all have that, but you got to have talent at this level. And, the talent, I think, really showed throughout the year, to get where we are today. But, Jackie Robinson Stadium is, and we still had to, we don't have any decision yet. We're still up in the air on that. I think July 1st is the day. So, we're just going one day at a time. We love playing at Jackie Robinson Stadium. We love that Jackie played at UCLA, played 4 sports at UCLA. They love it. They love Jackie, and they love the fact that they were honored to be a UCLA Bruin playing at Jackie Robinson Stadium on the Veterans Grounds. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of tie-in there. There's a lot of buy-in there. It just we just hope, knock on wood, that we can play there over the next several years.
Hi, Coach. Peter Burnett from the Council Bluffs Nonpareil. You kind of talked about it earlier about just the West Coast and kind of the resurgence or renaissance this year. Coach Hale from Arizona talked about the struggle kind of going against SEC recruiting that has become strong in that area. And then Coach from Morgan State, Cannon, was talking about just kind of his pride being from the Northwest and the history. Can you just kind of reflect on what maybe has been the catalyst for the success of the West Coast teams this year, and what the history is that you're bringing as a region here to Omaha this year?
Well, I think the dialogue is, West Coast baseball is dead, and it's moving all to the Southeast and Atlantic Coast, and we have lost a lot of players to that area. But I've always said you can win a national championship with players from Santa Barbara to San Diego. I mean, I'm telling you, they're all over the place. And then you include Central California. You include Northern California. There's players, but it's become harder. It's become harder to, this was the #1 recruiting class in the country, this Chalowski class. And they've stuck together, and they were as good as advertised. A lot of classes are not as good as advertised. We had a #1 class several years ago. It wasn't quite as good, and things have changed. I mean, you can get hurt in the draft now and be perfectly fine with the portal. Where before, oh God, LSU got hurt in the draft, or UCLA got hurt in the draft, and those days are long gone. You can recover within 48 hours. And I don't really like it because I believe in evaluation of talent, and I believe in development of talent. And those are still pieces of the pie in terms of success, but a little less now because people can get good without developing. People can get good without evaluation. People can get good by looking at rankings. And people tell, back when I started, nobody told us where the good players were. You had to go find them. And things have changed because of perfect game and this and that and different rankings. And that's fine. It's great for the notoriety of the game. It's great for the player. They can say that they're ranked #3 in the state of California or whatever. But at the same time, the true evaluation of the game has been knocked down. And, people are telling coaches where to go now, where before coaches had to go find players. So I don't mean to sound old, and I apologize if I am, but I still think there's a talent of evaluation. I think there's still a talent of development that we are showing that in this era, and it's hard. It's a hard model to go down. It really is. Is it sustainable? I don't know. I mean, if we're here next year, then I guess you could say, oh, you know what, that thing worked pretty good for a couple of years. But at the same time, right when you think you have something, you don't. So I'm excited for the West Coast. I know the coaches on the West. I know the leagues on the West. I mean, you look at UC Irvine. I mean, Ben Orloff's as good as coach as there is in America. He is. I can tell you that by just playing with him. Pat Hallmark, who I just played against at UTSA. I mean, he's not in the West, but you're talking about a phenomenal coach. You're talking about a winning coach, a coach that knows how to build a program. You know, I admire guys like that. I really do. You know, I told Coach Hall, you can feel good coaches. You can feel real players. You could beat sometimes like, God, how do we get beat by them? They're not that good, you know? Or, you know what? We just got flat beat. They're a better team. They're a better coach. They're better prepared. I mean, you say that sometimes. It's baseball. But at the same time, I just think that there's still a lot of good players on the West. Look at the Major League rosters. I mean, look at Major League rosters. I mean, there's still a flood of players from the West. Now, you know, a lot of their resumes have changed a little bit currently the last 5-10 years, you know, from different parts of the country because of facilities and money and exposure. And, you know, that's the hard part on the West is we're still battling a lot of those fights. And, you know, we have the best weather in the country. Okay. Nobody can argue that. LA is the best weather in the country. Okay. No one has better weather than Los Angeles. I truly believe that. So we got that, you know, and baseball's an outdoor game. And if you want to be a big leaguer, it's nice to be outdoors every day and work outdoors and take ground balls and hit outdoors and, you know, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of selling points, certainly on the West, but it's just become a tougher game. No question about it.
This time we're going to take a question from Zoom. A reminder to state your name and media affiliation.
Hey, Coach, Nick Rubeck from the Orange County Register. Just curious on how you approach this tournament specifically. Is it a 4-team tournament like like the regional, pitching wise specifically, or do you kind of have to have the longer term and bigger picture in mind?
I'm just glad to hear somebody from Orange County. It's good to hear from you. Yeah, it's 2 regionals. I mean, it's simple math. It's 2 regionals. It's very, 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 very important you win the first game, that you don't get dumped into the losers bracket. You're not really concerned. I'm not concerned about Arizona and Coastal Carolina and Oregon State, you know, and Louisville right now. I mean, there's no reason to. I mean, you're in your own regional. And you got Murray State, who's as good as coached and good as team as there is out there. People say they're Cinderella. I mean, I don't really look at any Cinderella. I mean, we played Stony Brook in was it Stony? Yeah, Stony Brook in 2012, and they beat LSU right at LSU to win that regional. That's all I need to know. I mean, I looked at Murray State, and they had to go through Ole Miss. You know, they had to go through Duke. They had to go through Georgia Tech. That's all I need to know. I mean, I don't need to think that, you know, they're a Cinderella story. I mean, they got really good players. They are very well coached. They got pro players. So yeah, it's a regional. You got LSU and Arkansas clearly on the other game. You know, that's the feature game, right? We all know that's a feature game at 6, and you know, we're the other game at 1, and then it turns into a double elimination tournament. So, you know, we played 3 teams in the regional, which is a little uncommon. We played Fresno. We played ASU. We had to beat Irvine to move on. So we're battle tested too. UTSA. I mean, all you need to know, they went through Texas. They got Texas twice. I mean, they didn't even play in the if necessary game, you know? So that means UTSA is really good. And so everybody here has been tested. And Murray State is, you know, they've been good all year, like UTSA. Like I said, you know, you win 40-something games. It doesn't mean like they're hot. You know, they just got hot. Not really. I mean, they were good from day one. And so, you know, we respect the game. We respect whoever we go one at a time, all those things. And Murray State's the next opponent. So we're focused on Murray State. We're not focused on anything other than that. So, The pitching side, I don't know exactly what the question was, but, we haven't had a monster number one all year. We kind of pieced it together, and Barnett's now kind of stepped up as that guy, and then we move on to Stump or Moss or something like that. But at the same time, it's a tournament, man, and you're going one day at a time. But I look at it as two regionals. I love the format. I think it's a fair format. The best 2 out of 3, I love that. I mean, I was a pitching coach on the 21-14 game with Arizona State and USC. That was a one game. Arizona State had this many losses when they lost that game. They didn't get beat twice. And we had one loss, right? We lost to Arizona State. No, I'll take that back. We lost to LSU the first game. And then we beat Mississippi State. We beat Florida. And then we had to beat LSU twice. And then, that I think, I don't know when they turned into double elimination, but that was a CBS 10 a.m. game at Rosenblatt, 1998, 21-14, one game, winner takes it all. So this is a really good format. It's an exceptional format. 75th year. They know exactly what they're doing. It's a phenomenal tournament, and it's just, we're just excited to be back.
Time for one more question.
Coach, earlier, Noah Beanick, 11.7. Coach, earlier you mentioned Cody's name. How much of the situation around Cody Del Vecchio can you reveal? And how much of an impact do you project him having on the College World Series this upcoming?
Well, it's a tough situation because, the academic ineligibility is real, right? We're on a quarter school system. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the quarter system, but you have 3 11-week sessions, and you get evaluated off each quarter, right? You have to pass 2 out of 3 classes, and you got to meet a certain GPA, and any academic institution knows this, but the semesters are quite different. In semesters, you get stamped in January, and then you're good to go the whole year. Well, in the quarter system, you can get knocked off in March, right? End of March. And that's what happened. He pitched and pitched for us, and then he had to meet his grades for the third quarter. The truth be told, and he's done that. And so as of now, it looks like he is eligible. He is with us. He's certainly going to be able to be a big piece out of the bullpen for us. He's not the magic man. He's not going to be coming out of, we've won a lot of games over the last 2.5 months. So, he's just going to be another piece into our bullpen. But he's worked very hard. He's been with us every day, practice-wise. He's thrown a bunch of simulated games. He's thrown a bunch of live at-bats. So he's up to par. I mean, he's ready to go. But it's nice to have, it's like bringing a guy up for the playoffs from AAA. It's unusual. I mean, wasn't sure if we were going to get to this point, but it looks like we are there now, and good for him and good for us.
That will conclude today's press conference. Coach, thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
Good luck
Appreciate
this week.
It. Thank you.
Hammond Communications will post a recording of this press conference in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. Transcripts are provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Thank you for joining us. Thanks, Coach.
when you take your time. When they were doing their yell there, I asked, I was going over there and said, hey, go live on press conference. Okay, we'll get off that. I appreciate that. That was fantastic. I'm curious to hear how much sold in the refrigerator this fridge does.
Yeah, that's a lot of it.
Yeah, the thing is noise.
Did you just turn that off?
Yeah, I just pulled it.
Kind of defeats the purpose though.
He plugged it back in.
It's on this door opens. I just wanted to know how much was in here versus out there. Oh, I got you.
Is it? The big freezer, big cooler across the hall. Oh, I don't think so. I think it's refrigerator. We got a janky fridge.
I mean, it's sitting for true, but. I think sodas and water, put in the fridge there. It's the anti-fridge.
It's a reverse microwave.
Temperature.
Anybody seen Haggard? Haggard, the movie. It was a Jackass production. They made a movie. It was like an actual like film.
Yeah.
Loosely over film. One of the guys invents a reverse microwave.
Alright, follow you, I'll be back.
Makes.
No, we switched the side.
Oh, you did? I saw Phil working on something. All right, guys. We're gonna do a noise recording in here. You can be in here just, if you don't mind. Okay. How long do you wanna go? A minute.
Ready?
Thanks, Bob. Thank you all.
Oh, no, no. Hey, so I can't put up the schedule on my phone, is our
One of my law school classmates actually played baseball.
I woke up yesterday 6 a.m. or I woke up at 5, so got to the airport at 6.
Bo Baxter.
And then my flight's
He was a tight end.
I just get here at 3:38 or so.
So he was a tight end on the football team.
Oh, okay.
He played football.
Seattle was canceled for like an hour.
So his best
Delayed my
baseball
flight
story
here.
for Murray State was he
22 hours
33 to
travel.
start a season,
Long
and then like somehow he
But
went out.
got into my apartment
Well, he
before
got out of the dugout.
It's so I had to fly
That
from
was
my
at
house up to
Little.
Seattle, and it's like
So I made him dig out the video.
right? 40. Yikes.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
That's why I was pissed that I got the airport near you. Redmond.
It's a teeny little.
It's got 4 bays. It's
No, not Michigan. I actually played ball in Point Park University.
and all my West Coast stuff. For some reason, I get to like 40 minutes before the flights get out of there.
The name of the
Pretty tough to beat that.
But Kane Elmer, Caden guy as well. He recruited the Michigan area.
Well, he went to the same Juco as I was.
Oh, Dusty's on the end.
What? I'm on the hot seat? Carson. Carson, you're on the hot seat.
And Coach will be up here. Yeah, right there is good. Good afternoon, everybody. Just a few reminders before we get going. As a courtesy to everybody here, please remember to silence your cell phones. And also a reminder that recording the press conference on your cell phone is prohibited. Video on your cell phone is prohibited. Please provide your name and media affiliation each time you ask a question during the press conference. We'll have 2 mic runners. Please wait till the microphone reaches you, and then when you get it, you can ask your question, and please direct it to who you wish to answer. If you are joining on Zoom, please use the raise hand function for questions. We will address questions in the room first and take questions from Zoom if time permits. Joining us now is the members of the Murray State Racers, head coach Dan Skirka, Carson Garner, Jonathan Hogart, and Dustin Mercer. Gentlemen, congrats on an incredible season, a memorable run to Omaha. And Coach, if you would like to give an opening statement to start.
Man, this this journey these guys have taken us on has been remarkable. Truly blessed. The leadership these 3 have provided has been second to none. Just where we were as a team when we started in August, and to end up here, these 3 are a huge part of it. Can't go unnoticed with that, but. Top to bottom, just a group that is special. I love them, and just they compete. They play the game the right way. I think that just
it speaks volumes. You know, we talk about recruiting great people. I think we nailed that this year, and obviously they're pretty dang good baseball players too. And again, I'm just blessed to be on it with these guys, and let's make it. It's their day.
We'll start with questions for the student athletes, please. Start right up front.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central, and just for all three of you guys, talk a little bit about this team bonding and how you guys just became this just tough team that just comes through adversity and can come back from losses and come back the next day and just win that game against some really tough opponents coming all the way to here.
Carson, if you want to start, and then you guys can work your way down.
I think it just comes from the group of guys that he put together. I mean, there truly are. I mean, there's not a bad apple in this bunch. So it's really easy just to all get together and hang out and, you know, build that team chemistry where we, you know, everybody loves each other and we believe in one another. And I think that's something that you see with our offense when we play. You know, it's never just one guy that'll dominate a weekend or anything. It's 1 through 9, always having good at bats. And that comes from just loving one another and trusting one another, and that's pretty much all there is to it.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't say any better than that. We've worked way too hard in not trusting each other. The long hours in the fall, the weight room time. I mean, and you name it, we've done it, and we've just worked way too hard not for me to trust these guys and the other guys in the lineup. So no matter if I'm having a good day or anyone else is having a good day, we're going to come at you with all we got. So it comes from that.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job talking about that. But love and trust, man. I mean, when you love each other, the rest comes easy. I mean, these guys, I have all the faith in the world that they're going to get it done. So on a day maybe that I'm not performing at my best, it's easy to knock it down on myself because I know everybody's going to pick me up. So I love every single one of these guys, and same with the pitching staff. I know we didn't touch on that at all, but we know when our 1 through 9 lineup is struggling maybe a little bit that someone's going to step up and keep us in a ball game.
Eric Olson with the Associated Press. For the players, you know, you guys will definitely assume the traditional role of lovable underdog in Omaha, which happens when number 4 regional seeds get here. Since your arrival yesterday, has anyone come up to you and said anything that would kind of indicate to you that that's where things are heading? Just the public.
Not really. Maybe like I know a lot of people are supporting us. Maybe people where their team is already eliminated, they've picked us up as a team to root for, which naturally people like to root for the underdog. But I mean, people called us the underdog in the Oxford Regional, and we went and won that. They called us the underdog against Duke. We won that. So, I mean, I don't know. You can keep calling us the underdog. You know, I think that's what we like to be called. We like when people are doubting us, but, you know, I like where we're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we don't want to buy into any of the hype or anything or underdog story. We just want to stay focused on what we do best. The community support's been phenomenal back in Murray. We come home, there's hundreds of people there waiting on us. I know my hometown personally is going crazy right now. They've made drinks, shirts, all kinds of stuff. A huge watch party Saturday for us. So it's really awesome seeing the support, but we just try to stay focused on what we do best, our process, what we talked about a bunch, and we don't really want to think about it as an underdog story or nothing. We just want to enjoy the moment, be where our feet are, and just play the best baseball we can.
Yeah, I think Skirk said it well about a week ago. It's like a lot of people are cheering for us, but how many of those people actually believe in us that we can get it done? So that's why we stay kind of to ourselves. A lot of people said we play the game the right way, and I think we do. We celebrate within ourselves. We keep each other's heads up. We don't really try to buy into a lot of the outside noise because, I mean, no matter whether there's 10 people in the stands cheering for us or 20,000, I mean, we love each other, and we're doing it for each other. We're not doing it for any external factor. We're going to go out there and compete and try our best, and that's all anybody can ask of us.
Noah Bieniek, 11.7. This question's for Jonathan. You've been on one heck of a ride in your college baseball journey. Can you describe the journey that you've been on, landing at Murray State, and just your feelings walking out onto Charles Schwab Field at College World Series?
Yeah, so I started out as a JUCO product at Wabash Valley, and then after my 2 years there, had a great run there, great group of guys. Went to Louisiana Tech, and then got injured there. Thought I was done with baseball. So I hit the portal, and then here comes Coach Skirka, and it's he called it probably the most perfect time, because if he didn't call it in, I was heavily debating on just packing up the cleats and never touching them again. So because of that, man, I get to sit here with these two amazing players and teammates and forever friends and brothers that, man, I'm just so beyond blessed, so thankful, and just beyond grateful that I get to do this opportunity with these amazing people and one heck of a coach.
Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. For any one or two of you guys, can you speak to the culture or what exactly it is within the Murray State program that Coach has built that allows you to thrive in this situation where you do go on the road in a regional and super regional?
I think he just has the utmost trust in us. I mean, ever since I've stepped on Murray State's campus, I had a similar journey to Hoagie, just a little bit different, but with injuries and stuff like that. I was also really close to hanging it up when Skirt called me. And then I show up, I had a good fall, and I broke my wrist, and I missed pretty much that whole year. In turning that around, Skirk never lost faith in me. He never even questioned anything about my injury, how I'd come back from it. There's never even that conversation. And then once the season started the next year, he put me in the 2-hole, and he's never taken me out. And I've been on some pretty bad tears before. So just having that faith of knowing no matter I'm 4 for 4, 0 for 12 with 11 strikeouts, he has that faith that I'm going to get it done when it matters. And that belief in me just makes me rise to the occasion as much as possible.
Piggybacking off that, we're talking about culture for the team. One thing that I would say is kind of the biggest quality that we have in our team is toughness. A lot of adversity this year, and I think that made us better, whether it's rainouts or moving our home series to away series or shoveling snow off the field so we could practice, or practicing in the snow. Funny story, my freshman year I showed up and it was about 25 degrees outside, snowing, and we had a 14-inning inter-squad. Well, I showed up on the field with my dugout jacket on, and I was warming up in the outfield in my dugout jacket. He didn't like that very much, being from Michigan, so I got an earful for that, and made me a lot tougher. And I think just that kind of speaks to what we are as a team, is that, whatever we face, we're just going to be tough about it. And yeah.
He never wore his dugout jacket in practice again.
Never again.
Joe Healy, D1 Baseball. Dustin, you mentioned that, we hadn't talked about the pitching yet, so I want to ask you about that. The run that Graham is on, has there been any part of that has surprised even you guys, even though you've been on this whole journey with him?
I'd say surprised, no, because I faced him in the fall. but I mean, it's absolutely incredible. But what he's been able to do against some of the top talent in the country. I mean, he comes into the game, and I'm like, well, we're in good shape, because he comes in and nothing seems to faze him. Ole Miss was putting together a heck of a run, and we put him in. Stadium's on their feet, 12,000's on their feet. It is loud, and he just makes pitches and comes back to the dugout and sits on the bench and just acts like we're playing a Johnny Reagan in front of 72 people. And it's like, he's just one of those guys, man. He's one of one.
Unfazed.
Yeah.
This question's for Dustin, and Jonathan and Carson can also add in as well afterwards if they'd like. Missouri Valley Conference regular season title, conference tournament title. These last 2 weeks aren't a fluke. This offense is very prolific. You win most outstanding player in the Oxford Regional because of all the extra base hits. This field is big here at Charles Schwab. This should play to, I think, the strengths of this offense. Can you talk about just the 1 through 9, the quality of at-bats you guys always take?
Yeah, I mean, I think our offense plays at any field. I mean, it could play better at some, like you mentioned, but the way we play the game, it doesn't matter whether the wind's blowing in 20 miles an hour or blowing out. hard line drives always play. And I mean, some of them I hit that weekend in Oxford weren't necessarily hard, but they're well placed, I should say. But no, when you go up there and you have a good approach and you fight, it makes it really tough on a pitcher, especially when, I mean, you get through us three at the beginning of the lineup and they maybe try to take a deep breath, but then you look at the 4, 5, 6, it's like, uh-oh, you can never let up against their offense. And I think that can wear on a pitcher, especially a starter.
Couldn't say it better. I think you covered it.
Nice.
Eric Olson with the AP. Jonathan, could you discuss the evolution of your batting approach? Obviously the leadoff homers, but I mean, you go up there swinging right out of the gate. You don't take many to start with.
Yeah. Me and Skirk talked last year, and he showed me a graphic of some strikes I was taking, and what I thought were like borderline pitches were about center cut as they get. So, yeah, the approach, I went to summer ball and I worked just swinging more and just not looking for such perfection in pitches and just looking for something I can hammer and move. So that's kind of been the approach more and more, and it worked a little bit in the fall. And then moving into the spring, I just try to stay aggressive, but also just not thinking much. Just go up there and ready to go. I trust Skirk. I trust our hitting coach, and just trust in them, and they have that trust in me. So just trying to give our boys the best momentum early as I can.
Pretty good job of that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Carson, Jonathan, Dustin, thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck this week.
You learn not to swipe your nameplates, huh?
Yeah. I'm coming back for it. Long week ahead of us. Yeah. All right, now we will open it up to questions for Coach. We can start here.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Coach, can you talk a little bit about the senior leadership of this team and how much pressure, what that takes away from, your coaching staff having to worry about? I mean, these guys take care of themselves, it sounds like.
They do. It's a veteran bunch, and be honest with you, that's something I've learned in my head coaching journey is to prepare these guys to be leaders, right? We Dusty and Carson have been with me 4 years, so that's been a process, right? And they learned from some really good junior and senior leaders when they were underclassmen. But there's a lot of conversations. We've read books together. We have them at the house. A lot of conversations. Those relationships go a long way, but I do rely on them for a lot. We don't technically have captains this year, but they've learned from some really good previous players, and it just takes so much off the coaches to know that locker room is in good hands. And off the field, man, they're taking care of business. So when we do get together, we don't have to deal with any of that peripheral stuff. It's just get to work and try to get them better.
Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. First time visits to the College World Series tend to bring out a lot of different emotions in people. What, if anything, has the last 24 hours been like for you? And have you at any point felt like you're having an out-of-body experience here so far in Omaha?
About 3 weeks straight of it, I had to be honest with you. I mean, we keep saying it, we've never been here, right? Going into the regional, I reached out to a lot of mentors. Hey, what do we need to do? And to be honest with you, our process hasn't changed, but just all the peripheral stuff that you have to do. And we've had a lot of help from some administration that's taken a lot off our plate. But a lot of out-of-body experiences. I mean, the adrenaline. I keep saying I'm running on adrenaline and Red Bull right now, and there hadn't been a whole lot of sleep, but just experiencing that regional was electric. Then we go on the road to a really good Duke club and just soaked all that in, had fun, competed like crazy, and then quick turnaround here. Less than 24 hours, and we're in the air flying here. And since we've landed, it's been go go go. But I mean, you see the smile and the look of just pure joy on these guys' faces. It's pure. I mean, it's pure. They're having the time of their lives, and they've earned it. This is my first trip here. I've never been here. I wanted to earn it, to be honest with you, and I know it's a bucket list experience, and a lot of people have told me that in the coaching community, and oh, you got to get to Omaha, and my kid's getting older, like, oh, you got to take him out there. And I said, man, I want to earn it, and thanks to this group of racers, they helped get me here, and it's been awesome, and we're looking forward to a little bit of a lengthy stay here.
Noah Bieniek with 11.7. Coach, we at 11.7 have heard from multiple Missouri Valley coaches talking about the quality and strength of this league year after year. You guys, as a conference in regional play since 2021, 17-9. That's Dallas Baptist in 2021. It's also Indiana State, Evansville last year. But Murray State gets to Omaha. Can you talk about the overall strength of the conference lately and Murray State's overall journey this season?
Yeah, I think it starts with a lot of really good coaches, and they've invested, and there's really good programs. It's been our third year in the league, and that's what's really stood out to me. And it's not just the head coaches, but the pitching coaches, the hitting coaches. Like, it's well-coached college baseball. And then you see the players, the number of draft picks that we've had in our league, and then the number of players that have moved on to some Power 4 schools and don't miss a beat. They're starting, they're hitting at the top of the order, they're pitching meaningful innings. So when you add really good coaching with really good players, that's going to prepare you. And when we joined the league, we knew it was going to be a jump. And it's done nothing but make us get better. On the field, off the field, we just keep raising the bar at Murray. And kudos to the league for preparing us, right? You mentioned a couple really good programs, so there's more of them. I mean, there's really good players, and so week in and week out, you got to be ready to go to win those series. So now, when you do go to Duke and you got to win a series to go to Omaha, we've played some really good quality opponents in a weekend setting to where you're grinding to try to win that series on the road. So definitely prepared us for that, and yeah, so yes, 100%.
Coach Harrison Fan, SEC Unfiltered. This team obviously is a mid-major compared to a lot of the other Power 5, Power 4 teams here, but the way that this team's constructed and put together, 14 recruits, 14 JUCO transfers, 8 four-year school transfers, and 1 D2, D3 transfer. How do you kind of go about putting together a group like that is able to come together and, like you said, like Dustin said, love and trust each other and play for each other and just mesh and create such a synergy that has catapulted them to play at the highest level and compete and win against the best teams in the country and find their way to Omaha for the first time?
Yeah, the culture, I know it's cliche, but that's the number one thing on my mind 24/7. That's what these guys want, and that's what I promise them in the recruiting process, man. I don't promise playing time. We don't have all the bells and whistles, but I can guarantee them that we're going to pour into them, and that's on and off the field, and we really want them to be the best version of themselves when they leave our program. So there's a lot that goes into that, and a lot of it's off the field. It's small group meetings. It's team dinners at our house that my lovely wife allows us to have. We go bowling. We compete. In our conditioning, we do some different stuff, and it's all in an effort to get them to be together, right? They do presentations in the fall where they share some stuff, and it hits home. And when they can do that and open up, and then they talk about love, and that's awesome. Sorry. Because we try, we really do. We love these guys, and that's why we're doing this. Is to pour into them, right? I love baseball. I love competing, but I really love developing these young men, and to be able to do that through this great game, and it teaches all those life lessons. And I share my stories. I'm from humble beginnings, right? But to open up and to tell them what I've been through to help them, right? And it hits home more now with my son being 9 and wanting to be the type of coach that I want him to get to play for. And I get it when parents are turning their sons over to me and our coaching staff to lead them, to develop them. We take that serious. And so it's a daily effort, and a lot goes into it. Like I said, we're trying to prepare to win baseball games, but at the same time, we're trying to prepare, future husbands, dads, future bosses, right? And trying to do it the right way. And, and a byproduct of that's winning some baseball games and getting to do something cool like this. So again, I'm blessed.
Jacob Rudner with Baseball America. Not to continue to kind of push you into your emotions here,
Man.
but to hear these guys give you the credit that they did for saving their careers and being able to put a roster together the way that you did, how much does that mean to you? And I guess how much does that kind of mold this experience that you're all able to have here together? We've
had a few successes in doing that, right? A couple guys where they've come to Murray and it might have been their second or third or sometimes even fourth school, you know, and when we've had those success stories, when guys finally find a home and are comfortable and can develop, it's easy to kind of sell that to the next guy and not feel like a used car salesman, but say, hey, you know, we did it with Dusty, right? He got pushed out of a program and he found a home in somewhere, you know, being from where he's from, he never expected to be in Murray, Kentucky. And Hogarth the same way. It took 3 times recruiting Hogarth. We recruited him out of high school, we recruited him out of JUCO, and then we recruited him out of the portal. It took a 3rd time, and you hear that guy, and I love him. And there's so on and so far. You can go back, you know, previous years on the roster, and there's a lot of those guys. And it makes it special because we did pour into them, and they're great kids. And sometimes you just got to find the right place, and that's what we constantly search for. And I've answered some previous questions this week about the roster construction. And I always start with people that know me, you know, to be honest with you. Whether it's a JUCO coach, high school coach, summer guy, what former player, an alumni, they know me and kind of what we're about. And then and I think you can sell that to kids, and that's what they're looking for, is a really good experience, somebody to pour into them and give them a chance, because there's just, I don't want to say there's not places to do that, but they're getting fewer and fewer, right? The level of patience and development is dwindling a little bit in college baseball with the current landscape, but we're going to try, and we can promise them that. So when people know that and they can tell a kid that after he's been somewhere else and they gave up on him or didn't pour into him like we do, I think that's when we have success. They come to Murray and they're open, they're hungry, they're eager. These kids want to learn, they want to be pushed, and we definitely do that.
Hey, Dan, Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Just wanted to ask you some like 3 quick ones here. Like, are you guys at 11.7 scholarships?
Not technically. We're just shy.
Okay. And I've read that you have to teach a class as part of your duties. Is that true?
I don't have to, but I do.
Okay.
I do.
I
teach. It's coaching baseball 2, and kind of a little tidbit is there's no coaching baseball 1. So I don't know where that got lost at in translation, but I get multiple emails each semester. And it's funny because they call me professor, which is weird. They say, professor, you know, I didn't take coaching baseball 1. Will I be okay to take coaching baseball 2? And, you know, I kind of give them the smart aleck answer. You know, if you try really hard, you know, you'll probably be okay. But it's pretty neat. You know, it's mostly athletes, and it's cool teaching them baseball. I show them a lot of the same videos that I show these guys. And at the end of the semester, we have a 20-minute conversation about baseball, just kind of informing them to be able to watch the game, maybe coach Little League later in life and appreciate it a little bit.
And the other thing is that I've read is that you cut the grass at the field. Do you do that, or do you hand that off?
I don't cut the grass, so I don't know where that started, but you know, it's blown up. Obviously, I wish some days I was able to just put on headphones and go mow for about an hour and get away from everything else. But no, we got some guys that do that for us.
Jason Patterson, Allen CWS. Coach, you mentioned reaching out to several mentors. What are the best pieces of advice you received regarding being here?
Almost everybody said don't change, and I've taken that to heart. You know, these guys are on quite a roll, and they're believing in the process. So our practices, we've been lifting, and you know how superstitious baseball players are. They're eating the same meals, they're wearing the same clothes, and that part's kind of funny. But we're sticking to what we do, and that's having fun, competing like crazy, trying to stay loose. But when that thing tees up, you can see how hard these guys compete and never give in. So really just trying to be who we are, and that's racer baseball to a T.
Coach Ben Beecham, Omaha World Herald. What's the fan support been like throughout the tournament? Have fans been able to make it to Oxford and to Duke? And if so, what's that support been like to you guys as a team?
They have. So I don't know all the particulars, but I know our allotment for the Oxford Regional sold out in minutes, and people were fighting like crazy from Murray to get down there to the regional, and it was kind of neat because everywhere we went in Oxford, you know, they kind of recognized us. You know, those Ole Miss fans are awesome, very passionate, and you know, we had some great conversations. But obviously, when the game was going, they're Ole Miss fans for a reason. But after we won, so many people were rooting for us. Got a lot of you know, messages and posts on social media that they're rooting for us now. And then, to get to Durham was unbelievable. It was about 50-50 at the Durham Super. the Murray fans, alumni, man, they came from everywhere, and it was neat. We had a former player fly in from Hawaii. He's military. He flew in. He said, I ain't missing this. So he took his leave and got in, was able to watch 2 games. And he said, I got to get back or I'm in trouble. So that was neat, and that just shows the length that they support this and they feel a part of it. So they got to Durham, and I don't expect this to change. You know, from everybody I've heard, they're trying to get to Omaha.
Joe Healy, D1 Baseball. I asked Dustin about Graham. Was there a point, you know, his ERA is above 12 going into April. Was there a point where you and Coach Adkins kind of thought, maybe this isn't going to take like we thought it would? And what kept you running him out there at some point?
Well, you know, that's a good question. But, you know, a couple bad outings for a reliever and that ERA can blow up. It's tough because you don't have the innings to kind of lower that and minimize some of that. But he did. He had a couple outings where he got hit around a little bit, but he had a really good outing at Ole Miss, had a really good outing at Kentucky. So we knew the stuff was there. And you've seen it. I tell him all the time, he's got the slowest heartbeat in America. Just the slowest heartbeat in America. They said it. I mean, it's in between innings. He's literally sitting in the dugout, and you'd think, like, Graham, do you care about this? Like, are you, like, he's just even keel as it gets. And so he was made for that role, right? And we knew that we had the stuff. Dusty mentioned that, you know, facing him in the fall. But to do what he's done is obviously we didn't expect that. I mean, he's broken the school record for saves. I think it's 5 now in the playoffs or in the regional and super regional, maybe 4. But that's just it's unbelievable the run he's been on and the confidence that you know they mentioned players and coaches have in him. It's awesome. Really happy for him.
Coach, that's all the time we have, so we thank you for taking the time to join us, and good luck this week. Hammond Communications will post a recording of this press conference in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. Transcripts are provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly.
JT reach out to you all? Thomas? Your phone's probably blowing up. See you, Coach.
Yeah, because I remember listening to
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a few reminders before we get going. As a courtesy to your fellow media members, the coaches and student athletes, please silence your cell phones. Also a reminder, recording press conference video on your cell phones is prohibited. We'll have 2 mic runners. Please wait for the microphone to reach you before asking a question. When you receive the microphone, provide your name and media affiliation and direct your questions towards one of the student athletes or coaches. If you are joining on Zoom, please use the raise hand function for questions. We'll address questions in the room first and take questions from Zoom if time permits. Now joining us is members of the Arkansas Razorbacks, head coach Dave Van Horn, and student athletes Cam Koziel and Zach Root. Gentlemen, congrats on a great season and making it to Omaha. And Coach, if you would like to start with an opening statement, and then we'll get to questions for the student athletes.
I mean, obviously, it's great to be back, and it just never gets old. It's such a challenge to get here throughout the season, so many ups and downs, and all the teams deal with injuries and other things, and just so proud of this team that fought so hard to get here, and they deserve to be here. So with that, just excited to get it going on Saturday night.
We'll start with questions for the student athletes.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Zach, how much confidence does it give you that your team is fielding 984 behind you, the best fielding team left in the bracket? I mean, you're going out there and pitching, knowing that those guys are going to make plays behind you all day.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it allows me to, miss over the plate more and let them put in play because I know my defense behind me is going to make outs.
Matt Byrne, Arkansas Democrat Gazette. Cam, for you, with all those kids yelling your name, they're trying to get your attention. I mean, first, is that something? Did you expect it to this level? And what did you think of it?
It was a cool feeling. It's good to be back in Omaha. Give my dad a hug there on the warning track. I saw him pregame doing all this stuff to the field. I told him he should have mowed because the grass is a little long, but that's okay. But it's a great feeling to be back. A lot of kids, some of my siblings were in there, so it's just kind of cool to see all those little faces and smiles. It's cool.
Cam, kind of piggybacking on that, is it kind of almost surreal when you think about your journey and the field you have back at the farm and all that, just reflecting on being here is almost like a storybook story. I mean, it's really quite a journey.
Yeah, it is surreal. It's a dream come true. It's a cool journey. It's very fun. It's a lot of blessings. It took a lot of people to get here. It wasn't just me. A lot of coaches throughout the years. My dad, obviously, all my siblings. Lots of hours spent with them. It's good to be back in Omaha.
Stakis, local Fox and NTV. Cam, known you a long time. For you to give your dad a hug on the field and say, "I love you, Dad," on Father's Day weekend coming up, is there a better Father's Day present that you can give that man?
I don't know. I think that's a pretty cool gift, but I'm hoping to take him duck hunting this winter in some pretty cool places, so that'd be a cool gift also. But it's just a special moment for me and my family. Glad it could happen here at Arkansas and happen here in Omaha. It's a cool place to be.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Zach, everybody's talking about Cam's kind of unique connection to Omaha. Coming from East Carolina, is there anything extra special about, obviously you're not playing for the Pirates right now, but anything special about carrying on that hope of reaching Omaha and now doing it in your career?
I mean, every baseball player's dream in college is to make it here, and like Koziel said, I mean, the team's living it. I mean, there's a lot of teams that are in D1 and want to get here, and only 8 get here. So it's just a great feeling to be one of those 8 to get here.
Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. Cam, there are very few players in this series or in college baseball today that even know what Rosenblatt Stadium is. I know it's a very special place in your family's history. Can you speak to your knowledge and understanding of that place that you gained growing up, and maybe how your family felt about this stadium up until a few years ago.
Yeah, so when everything was getting moved from Rosenblatt and they were tearing it down, I know the city and even my family, we were kind of disappointed. We had a lot of memories in that stadium. Grew up running around that stadium. Jesse Cuevas was the head grounds guy. My dad kind of has some sayings for me. He says, "Viva la Rosenblatt," every time we drive past the hill where the stadium's at. I mean, before that stadium got tore down, I know when it was still really nice, that final season, me and my dad and my brother Carson, we went out there for a couple hours. And I was pretty young, and we just hit and played out there for the longest time. It was just us three in the whole stadium. It was a really cool moment. But, I mean, when we moved to the farm in Sargent, Nebraska, on our wiffle ball field, we had the final out at Rosenblatt on a Rosenblatt scoreboard in left field of our wiffle ball field, and that was really cool. I have a lot of cool memories there. It's a really cool stadium.
Jackson Fuller, Southwest Times Record. For both of you guys, can you maybe share, like, what is Reese Robinette like as a teammate, a guy that maybe didn't start the season playing too much and now has worked in? And Cam, specifically for you with that, did he help you at all in the transition to first when you started playing there this year?
He's the best. He's the best teammate. Love playing with him. Love playing on the right side with him. A kid who's stayed in the program. That's not something that happens every day. So we're so happy for him as teammates that he's here. He fits Arkansas really well. That blue-collar kid from Missouri. We love hanging out with him. He's a really good first baseman. He can really hit too. Love playing with him. I love Reese. But. Yeah, I mean he's one of the best teammates, and a guy like him who hasn't had the playing time the previous years that he might have wanted, and this year it's really easy to kind of just sit back and not really work as hard. But I mean he's one of, if not the hardest worker on the team, and I mean it showed. He gets his opportunities, and I mean he's shined up to this point.
Noah Beanick of 11.7. Question for Cam, and then Zach can add some input if he'd like as well. Cam, first off, have you shown any teammates yet of a local fishing spot that you like? And secondly, this team looks very loose. The last couple of years playing at home hasn't gone your way, but this year you get that first win over Tennessee, and it's like a breath of fresh air. The entire atmosphere is just unprecedented, like uncomparable around college baseball. Just a very loose group. Describe the vibe in the clubhouse right now.
Yeah, I have not showed anyone my fishing spots yet, and I don't know if I will. Maybe a couple select few, but we're here to play baseball first and foremost. But playing. Oh, just this team is so loose. Yeah, it's just a group of guys who like to be around each other. I think it's easy to be loose when it's like that. You don't want to play scared or anything, especially in the postseason. You just want to play free, play loose, have fun. That's what this group can really do, so we're excited to be here. Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, we're playing a kid's game, and why not have fun? And I mean, like I said, we're one of 8 teams left playing this season, so I mean, it's no time to start playing timid or anything. Just go out there and play how we have been, and good things will happen. Yeah, and I'd say we're all very competitive athletes. But we all have personalities that are different. So you have to be a competitive athlete to get to this point, but you can also have a smile on your face when the time permits it. So we're really good at doing that.
ADG. Zach, for you, these last 2 starts especially, you've kind of kicked it into gear as an ace, whether it's the velo, the emotion. What would you kind of attribute that to now going into Omaha?
Yeah, just basically just keep the train rolling. I mean, I want to go out there and set the tone for the however long we're here, and just put my team in a good chance to win.
Joe Medzer, ESPN SEC Network. Forgot to introduce myself last time. Sorry about that. This is for both of you. Could you just talk about going through the gauntlet of the SEC, how it prepares you for this, and is it kind of ironic that you end up facing LSU after all these games, and will that maybe help or hurt the familiarity with them?
Yeah, I love playing in the SEC. Power arms, power bats, a lot of great players, and it prepares you for the postseason. You play a lot of really good teams in the postseason. You play good pitchers, and the SEC, I think, has the best pitchers, so it prepares you for this time of year in a great way. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like we were going to face LSU at some point in this next week and a half or so. So why not just make it the first game and get it out of the way? But I mean, the Gauntlet just provide us with the chance to go out there and face super regional and Omaha caliber teams. I mean, we've are battle hardened and we've seen every possible punch thrown at us, and we just rolled with them, and it's gonna be a good week.
Adam Kruger, CBS Omaha. This one for Cam. You're going to inspire a lot of kids this weekend in your hometown. What message do you have for them if they want to get one day where you're at?
Yeah, be a hard worker. Do things the right way. Have a smile on your face when you play. Play with perspective. Just play free. Have fun when you're playing this game. Never burn any bridges. Be a great teammate. When you look back and you look over your career and you think about people, you're not going to think about how many home runs or strikeouts or walks or anything. You're not going to think about that. You're going to think about how they treated you and how they made you feel. So just be a great teammate throughout your career.
Cam, one more for you about the Omaha connection. When you were going through the draft process as a senior at Millard South and you heard from teams and you talked to your advisor at that time and there were opportunities for you, the decision that you made to stay firm, how much that had to do with the hope and the possibility that someday you could be here in this stadium?
Yeah, that was a big part of it. Going senior year of high school, I wanted to play in Omaha. I just knew I wanted to be in these shoes right now. I wanted to play in Omaha. So that definitely factored into that decision, and I'm glad it came true.
Last one for our student athletes.
Guys, how much would it mean to get this championship for Coach?
I mean, it'd mean the world to him, and it'd mean the world to us to, be the first team to get it done for him. I mean, he's one of the best coaches in the business, and I mean, it shows. Everyone respects him, and everyone thinks of him as one of the best. So, I mean, there's just one last thing that's missing from his trophy case, and we're gonna go get it for him. Couldn't have said any better. Let's get the job done.
Cam, Zach, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And good luck this
Thank
week.
you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now open up for questions from Coach, or for Coach.
Mark Garland, College Baseball Central. Coach, we've talked in the past about how hard it is just to get here. Getting to Omaha is a difficult thing. Can you talk a little bit about what makes this team special and guys like an Aiden Jimenez who step up and do a big role for you guys down the stretch?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of mentioned it. What makes it special is that these guys, they really like each other. They're kind of throwbacks. A lot of them, they're just gym rats. They hang out at the ballpark. We've got nice facilities and nice locker room and areas. And now we have I don't know what you call it, but we're calling it a pond back there behind the center field wall. And they got 15 guys fishing out there all the time. They're out there in little boats now. I mean, it's comical. I love it. And they just get along and like each other, like I said, and they're talented. And if my rest of my coaches were sitting up here, they'd say the same thing. They make it fun to come to work every day and make it like it's almost not a job. And it's really not a job. It's just kind of a way of life anyway. But it's they're a fun bunch. There's personality there. I think they've really just grown as a team. I mean, it's really since probably the second week of fall practice we've seen it.
Matt Byrne, ADG. Hi, Dave. Back to a regional format this weekend. What's your plan for pitching in the openings of game 1 and 2?
Well, right now, I mean, obviously we're going to throw Zach on Saturday. It's no secret, The Monday game, not sure yet. So we'll just take it from there. I mean, honestly, let's just try to get through Saturday and go see what happens.
Jackson Fuller, Southwest Times Record. Coach, given last year. How vindicating has this season offensively been for you and for Coach Nate Thompson, and seeing what he went through the last year and then the offseason?
Yeah. Statistically, it's been good all year in a lot of different categories. And, the last couple of years we've fielded well and we've pitched pretty good, and the hitting's been up and down. And the difference is we're just more balanced. We have a better lineup. Guys are having good seasons, and great job by Coach Thompson and Coach Wernis. And we got some new guys, and some guys got better that were here. We brought some other players in, and they're having maybe the best year they've ever had. So, when you get guys that keep getting better, it's a good feeling as a coach. You feel like you're doing something right. But yeah, it's been a good feeling knowing that some games you just got to outscore people by a lot. You got to hit your way to a win, and we can do that.
Scott Rapolay with the Baton Rouge Advocate. Dave, you and LSU both have guys who can throw at 100 miles an hour, and you're not the only teams here or not the only teams in the country. Your thoughts on the proliferation of guys who really have this incredible velocity these days, and where do you think that's going?
Yeah, it's I've said it all year. The arms in our league have been amazing. I mean, the arm strength. I remember the weekend down at LSU, just kept running guys at us that were throwing 99, 100 miles an hour. I think I hit 102 that weekend. Maybe it was something else, and we've got a few guys that can bring it, but so does everybody else. Think about playing down at Georgia, and could go on and on. It's right-handers and left-handers with big arms, and kids are bigger, stronger. They train better. It's just I see it staying the same, and I think 97 is going to be normal in 5 years, and then maybe more. And it's tough to hit it, but they got to throw it over the plate too. When you learn to lay off of it, it's a big key. But then you got kids that are, you got 20-round draft instead of 30 or 40 or 50, and some kids are turning down the money. There's kids that are getting to college that you kind of go, wow, how did they not take him? Or why didn't he sign? And maybe he wanted too much money. So the professional baseball is letting us develop him for a few years, and that's what you're seeing. Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, we could talk about it for a long time, but it's not just the SEC; it's all of them. All the leagues have guys with really good arms.
In the middle here. I'm curious what you've learned about this ballpark coming back multiple times now and how it plays, and if you give any thought year to year in building your roster based on knowing this is where you'll have to get it done ultimately.
Yeah, we could talk about that for a while too. You got to build your roster to win in your league first, in my opinion. And but at the same time, you got to have some guys that can do some things. You got to be able to cover some ground in the outfield here, obviously, and you got to be able to play defense. You make mistakes here, and it'll cost you. Some days here the ball just doesn't go anywhere. But if the wind's out of the west, northwest, north, it's going to travel pretty good. Now southwest, southeast. Like today, I think it's southeast, pretty much blowing straight in, something like that. But the game's not just all about hitting home runs. You got to be able to do some other things, and whether it's just advancing runners and having a productive at bat. If you don't do that here, unless you just can slug all the time, hit the ball over someone's head, which some days is a lot tougher than others, it's tough to probably get through this tournament.
Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. Dave, what, if anything, do you address with Cam about the spotlight, the potential for added pressure in this environment, and can you also speak to his development from last fall when you got him on a pretty quick turnaround to this point?
Yeah, so I did talk with him before we left to come up here about, the media and, make sure, people are going through our SID and, don't let it weigh you down and turn them down. You only have so much time here, and don't look back in a couple weeks and, wish you'd have done it differently. Talked about, just a lot of the kids that are going to be here, and you want to be polite, but bottom line, you just sometimes you got to say no. And I think he gets it. And we've had to do that with our shortstop throughout the season. And, I talked to him about it too. He just wants to play baseball right now. There's too much for him. And, I don't know. And his development, Cam's very loyal. I feel that. He's such a good person. When he left, I don't think that was the plan, obviously. And there was a reason he left. And once he got in, we were on it. And, I went and watched him play in the Cape. Coach Thompson went and watched him play in the Cape. Once he got in the portal, we went and met with him. So were some other schools. And but I think when he got to school, just the human part of it just wasn't comfortable yet. Maybe, I left that school, came to this one, and we talked to this team a lot about we want you to be comfortable here. We want you to love it at Arkansas. We want you to love being a Razorback, and it's hard to do when you get guys who are 21, 22 years old. Cam was only a sophomore. It felt like it would come, but he didn't have a good fall at all, and he'll tell you that. It bothered him a lot. I think he felt like he was letting people down, and, he wasn't in the starting lineup at the end of fall ball. But then when he came back, so we did a lot of talking with him. Coach Thompson did a lot of talking with our offensive coach, and, just about relax. You're here now. You're better than that. We know you are. It's going to be fine. And then after he came back from the holidays, it just seemed different. And then you're like, wow, okay, there he is. That's the guy right there, in practice. Like, now we got to try to find a place to play him because that guy's doing well and that guy's doing well. It was a really good problem for me. And, that's one day I just called him up and I said, hey, I called him on the phone. I said, hey, what'd you think about playing first base? He goes, I'll do whatever I got to do. I said, well, I got a first baseman's glove sitting right in front of me on my desk. You can come get it. We'll talk about it. Well, I stepped out of the office. I don't know where I went for an hour. I came back, first baseman's glove was gone. And that was that. He was at first base taking ground balls, and he ended up starting at first base. And, the story is that my starting second baseman got hurt at Georgia on a base running mistake and dove and tore his shoulder up. And, Cam started playing over there more. And, here we are. So, yeah, it took him, his development's there. The talent's always been there. The strength is there. I just think mentally he had to know that everything was okay. It's okay. And he's been great, putting up good numbers.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Coach, heading into this year, you mentioned that your team was on a mission. What are some of the traits that you've seen, not only this regular season, but as the postseason, managing all these emotions? And you mentioned Cam's return to Omaha here. How have they handled all that, and how do you think this team is still mission-oriented despite all the distractions?
Yeah, we came in second in the SEC. So we didn't win the league. Texas won the league. We swept Texas at our place, like 7th or 8th week into the 10 weeks, and but we still couldn't catch them because they had such a big lead. But because we still had to, I think we had just played at Georgia, we played at Florida, at LSU. Tennessee was coming in. That's the way we finished. It's like we just kept going. Woo, yeah, here we go. And I think it made us tougher. It made us stronger. I don't know. These guys, they just, I wouldn't so much say chip on their shoulder type team, but just really determined team to play and not have the season end because they like playing, man. They want to play. They want to win. It's been fun.
Noah Bieniek of 11.7, Coach Cam Kojal, Zach Root this year, Vahiva Aloy up for Golden Spikes. He was a transfer portal addition last year. There's plenty more other transfer portal players on this squad for this College World Series team. Your overall thoughts on the portal, because I mean this as a compliment. You're part of the old guard and college coaches. Your pros and cons as you see it of the transfer portal.
Yeah, it's first off, as a coach, you got to get the right players. Yeah, the talent's out there and the experience, but you got to get the right ones. You got to get the right ones that really care. I'll give you a quick story. So Root pitches Saturday. We win 4-3. Sunday, we get out to a good lead. We're going to win the game. We just got to get it over with. Our guys, they celebrated a little bit. Zach Roots had tears flowing. I mean, that kid, that's beautiful. That's what you want. You want guys that buy in, that they want to go. And so, you know, the transfer portal's tough. It's, I have mixed emotions on it. First off, you know, as a coach, you recruit a kid, you'd like to keep him in your program and play some as a freshman, probably start as a sophomore, as big-time player as a junior, and he signs a contract. That's the way it used to be. In our league and most of the leagues now, I mean, they're old. Leagues are old. It's hard to play as a freshman. You got good freshmen that go to other schools, maybe smaller schools, and they get them right, and then we get them. And, yeah, it's very difficult. But this is the way I talked to our coaches about it 4 years ago. We either got to embrace it or we need to get a different job. And that's what we did. We said, okay, this is the rules. This is what we got to do. So that's what we did. We've had some really good experience getting some kids that their makeup. There's kids that have been sitting in my office, and after we had a discussion with them, when they walked out the door, we just shook our heads, said, no way. And they've gone places, and they've done really well. We just didn't feel like it was a good fit. Asking too much, if you know what I'm saying, just too much. It's like, what about development? What about the draft coming up? You know, that's where you're going to get her done. But, yeah, I mean, I'm tiptoeing around your question a little bit. It's a tough one. And it's worked out for us this year. It worked out 2 years ago. Last year, okay, not so good. Although most of the kids that we've got from other places have come in here and had almost their best years, and they've signed, and it's gone great. And they come back and work out at our place in the off season. So I feel like they bought in and they love being a Razorback, and that's important to me. I've been there for 23 years now, and I went to school there and coached there. I want those kids when they leave to feel like I feel about the school. So it's tough as a coach these days. And I know how tough it would be if you were at a really good mid-major and you lose 4 or 5 of your players every year that you can't build around them. It'd be super tough.
We have time for one more question.
Matt Byrne, ADG. Just with the general talk out there about reseeding, what in Omaha, what are your thoughts on the two, highest seeded teams playing each other in Game 1?
Honestly, I haven't really thought about it too much. I mean, I've seen a little bit of discussion about it, or somebody put something out, people comment on it. I'm going to play each other sometime. I'm not all about it. I mean, that's the way the brackets read. If you as a coach want to say, well, if we win this one and that one and that one, that's who we're going to play there, probably. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, you get 2 SEC schools playing each other, and they're both very talented, and I don't know how there's going to be enough seats here on Saturday to get them all in there, because there's going to be a lot of red here and a lot of purple here, and I just hope it stays calm in the stands a little bit, because it could get crazy.
That concludes our press conference, Coach.
Okay.
Thanks for your time, and good
you.
luck this week.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. Just a few reminders before we get going. As a courtesy to your fellow media members, coaches, and student athletes, we ask that you please silence your cell phones and remember that videotaping the press conference on your cell phone is prohibited. We have 2 mic runners in the room. Please wait for the microphone to reach you before asking a question. When you get the microphone, please provide your name and media affiliation and who you are directing your question towards. If you are joining us on Zoom, please use the raised hand function. For questions, we will address questions in the room first and then take questions from Zoom if time permits. Now joining us is members of the LSU Tigers, head coach Jay Johnson, and student athletes Jared Jones and Cade Anderson. Gentlemen, congrats on an incredible season and for making it to Omaha. Coach, if you want to start out with an opening statement, and we'll get the questions for the student athletes.
Yeah, great 2025 for our team and our program. I'm very proud of our team. Felt like they're very deserving of being in Omaha, very consistent from the start of the season through a tough SEC schedule and obviously the postseason. And it's as a coach, it's a pleasure to coach great players like Cade and Jared that also are exceptional people. And the common thread of the teams we've brought here has been that. And can't wait for Saturday night. Really excited. Great opponent. Should be a great night for college baseball, and we're honored to be here.
Start with questions for the student athletes.
Hunt Palmer with Guarantee Media. Jared, you've watched a lot of games and played in games in this ballpark, and they're played differently based on the weather. Do you pay any attention to that when you dig in park to park with the conditions and how you approach at bat to at bat?
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest thing is going to be plate discipline, obviously. The strike zone is going to be the same no matter the weather conditions. And so for me, I'm just going to have to do a good job of controlling the zone. And then just, based off of how the wind's playing, obviously hard and low line drives are going to do, best for me. Just keep me in a good tight swing regardless of the weather. Home runs will be home runs. Line drives are line drives. So just kind of staying in a good swing on good pitches in the zone.
Michael Cobble, WBRZ TV in Baton Rouge for Cade and for Jared. We could start with Jared if you want. Just could you guys saw what last year's team looked like and how it was built, and then you saw the work that Jay and the staff did to kind of assemble this team. Can you speak to the job that they did of getting the right pieces, the complementary pieces that you need to get to Omaha and potentially win here?
Yeah, I think he did a great job. Obviously we lost a good bit of guys the last 2 years to the draft, and then the way college baseball is, guys are transferring in and out. And I think we have a good blend of guys who have been here for 3 years and who have proven themselves at other places and transferred in, and then freshmen who, are probably the best high school players to come out of their high school. So it's just been a good blend of all 3 kind of types of players on this team. And then coaches have done a great job of kind of making sure we are all bought into one plan and being tough and together.
Yeah, I think it starts with the leaders on our team, and Jared and Josh have helped a lot. Kind of just laying the foundation for this is what is expected, and when you play at LSU, this is why you're supposed to come here and win. I think that's one thing that Josh and Jared do a good job of, and once again, Coach Johnson does a really good job of recruiting the right guys, and that was something that I think we all try to continue to maintain is just a healthy locker room.
Lawrence Price with TNT Sports. Cade, you and Anthony have not only been a 1-2 punch, but a 1A, 1B. Can you talk about your relationship with him, how you all have made each other better, and even just the confidence it brings in a field like the Men's College World Series?
Yeah, we're always talking about our success and failures and learning from them as well. And I think those experiences help us a lot. And having a guy like Anthony on our team is fun to watch. And once again, like we said earlier, you bring the good guys in, that's what kind of stuff happens. And I've learned a lot from Anthony, and Coach Yeske has helped both of us out and continuing to learn from each other.
Any more questions for the student athletes?
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Cade, Jay talked about how devastating last year's loss you took it during UNC. I guess, is there any kind of still lingering feelings of unfinished business?
Yeah, I think we're all playing with a chip on our shoulder that was there, and Jared feels that way as well, I'm sure. But yeah, we don't like that bitter taste, and like I said, that LSU plays here often, and there's no reason for us not to be here. And obviously, that it's a game of baseball. You learn from each thing, and we're taking that, and it's not gone. We still have that feeling left in us, and we'll take advantage of that feeling as well.
Joe Menzer, ESPN, SEC Network. Could you guys just talk a little bit about going through the SEC, the gauntlet that is, and how that prepares you for the big stage like this, and just kind of the irony of getting here and then you're facing another SEC team right away?
I think it's a good advantage for us. You know, we've already seen Arkansas once this year. Obviously, that was at our place. Now it's a neutral site. But, you know, going through the SEC all year, Coach Johnson talks about, 56-game playoff, and the SEC is 30 games, and every game counts the same. So you got to go out there day in and day out and give it your all. You're going to get tested every day by each and every team. There's not really a bad team in the SEC. Everybody has really talented players, and they're all coached really well. And it's just a good preparation and good training ground for Omaha. And now that we're here, we just got to stick to kind of what's made us successful all year, and not try and do too much or get caught up in the emotions of the game, and just play our brand of baseball.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why you come here and play in the SEC, and having those experiences and learning from them as well. And I think those type of things prepare you for the playoffs. And this is just another week for us, realistically. And Coach Johnson prepares us that way, and we'll be ready when it comes Saturday.
Yeah, we'll stay with that that theme. Cade, could you talk about facing Arkansas's hitters and what you saw from them the first time you saw them? And Jared, if you would speak to the pitching that Arkansas brings to the field.
Yeah, I look at every lineup the exact same, whether that's the first team we played or the last team we played. And realistically, you don't look at a batter. You look at how are you going to pitch each guy. And with Coach Yeski's help, it'll be very just another game. And we'll have a plan, and we'll stick to that, and just continuing to work out there and be present in it.
Yeah, Arkansas's pitching staff is probably one of the best in the country, if not the best, just as far as the talent and the arms that they have. I think back to the weekend series against them. They pitched pretty well. I think we got to them on Saturday, though, and so that's going to give us a lot of confidence going into the weekend. And then just sticking with it, we understand that, there's going to be some times or some innings where we don't score, and maybe we, had guys on base and we left them on, but we just got to stick with it, keep taking quality at bats and getting the next guy to the plate.
Matt Byrne, Arkansas Democrat-Gazette. Cade, for you, I mean, just with this being a bigger ballpark, a pitcher's ballpark, does that change your approach at all?
No, sir, it doesn't.
Hey guys, Corey Diaz with the USA Today Network and the Daily Advertiser. Cade, for you, having a guy like Kason Evans in a setting like this, how much could he be an X factor for this pitching staff when he's been a guy for 63 games? He's filled a plethora of roles for you guys so far.
Yeah, he's a big time pitcher, and he pitches the best in the big time moments, and that's a really good trait to have. And he gets to learn from this. He's a freshman in college, and learning from these experiences, being able to play in Omaha is a big deal for the future of LSU. And I mean, with all the pitchers on our staff, we're really grateful for the guys we have, and the character shows, and that's why I think we're successful.
Jared, one more question.
Could you guys just talk a little bit about Stephen Millam as a teammate and what he's meant to the team?
Yeah, I actually live with him, so gotten to know him pretty good over the year, and he's been the best shortstop in the country all year long. There's not a day I go over there to first base and catch a throw and it's not, chest high, middle of the bag, and he makes every play. He gloves there. If he can get his glove on it, the play's made. So I know that's been huge for Cade, going out there pitching, knowing he's got a good defense behind him. He brings a lot of energy to the field. He's very competitive, and he wants to win, and he wants to be a really successful baseball player, and I think you see that in the way that he goes about his business.
What kind of roommate is he?
He's a good roommate. We got 4 dogs, so it's a little chaotic, but other than that, he's a good roommate.
Jared, Cade, thanks for your time, and good luck this week.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Now we'll open it up to questions for Coach.
Andrew Idell, College Baseball Central coach. Can you just talk about the importance of just Cooper Williams coming in as a freshman, being one of the more reliable lefties in the bullpen so far in the back half of the postseason?
Yeah, Cooper's been great. It was a big recruit for us. Obviously got him under unusual circumstances with the coaching change last year at Texas A&M. And he was available, and he was a guy that I'd paid attention to from the time I took the job at LSU. I think he committed at Texas A&M very early in the process, and every time I saw him pitch, it was like, man, I'd love to have that guy. And I think he's very intelligent. He's very mature for his age. He's got a great heartbeat out on the mound. He's athletic. He throws strikes. There's multiple pitches for strikes, and has a great future, but he's a big part of our present. And his ascension, throughout the back half of the season has really, really helped our team, especially in close games like we saw in the Super Regional game too.
Hunt Palmer, Guarantee Media. What have you learned about this ballpark over your times coming here? And you say you kind of build your life around Omaha. Do you build a team based on what you have to do in this ballpark?
That's a really good question. First off, I love it. It's the only ballpark I want to play in this time of year. I think it's much different than the places we play in the SEC. It's much different, but you can't get here unless you have success in the SEC. So I think it'd be very short-sighted to just say, hey, we're going to build our team around this ballpark. I think when you talk about offense, something that I've always tried to take pride in is we have the ability to function however we need to or however the game dictates it, whether that's slugging, home runs, the ability to move the offense, hit with runners in scoring position, situational hit, bunting game. And I think this team is very good at all of that. And I think it does give us a chance or a blueprint to be successful in a place that is much different than we play in throughout the year.
Says it's on. Okay, there it goes. Sorry about that. Corey Diaz with the USA Today Network and the Daily Advertiser. I wanted to ask you about Kason Evans as well. In a setting like this, where you could play multiple games in a very short period of time, just how's he able to sort of be a bridge guy for this pitching staff, and he's just been so versatile for you guys all year long?
Yeah, he's awesome. And much as I said with Cooper, he's very intelligent. He is very mature for his age. And you guys don't see any of this, but when you're in those recruiting battles, if you will, when one's going to tip the scales. And then with the freshman, you got to get him through the professional draft. And when both of those things happened, the commitment to LSU and getting him through the draft, I knew that was a big win for the Tigers. And he's obviously has all the physical talent in the world, but the mental disposition, the makeup, the pitchability, we can really do anything that this team needs with Kason, and he's really answered the bell. If there's a freshman pitcher across the country that has done better than him this year, I'd like to see who that is, because he's had a terrific season and he's built for success here.
Joe Menzer, ESPN and SEC Network. You've been here now 4 times. Obviously, winning the championship is the goal, but what's so special about the whole experience, and how do you kind of keep the kids from not getting overwhelmed by it?
Yeah, that's a good question, and something that we definitely have talked about and paid attention to, because there's only 8 of those guys that were on the national championship team in 2023 that are still here. So, and I actually don't think that's a small number in the current landscape, but most of our team, this is their first time here. I think it's just being mature and being professional. And I want them to enjoy themselves. One of the coolest parts is when you land the plane and then you drive right over here and you walk in and they walk out, and just seeing them smile, and there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put in the bucket to be here. I want them to enjoy that. And then, we go right over to Creighton and train. Like, we need to be locked in on what we're doing for 90 minutes over there, and then go to a steakhouse last night, enjoy being there. That's one of our things in the postseason. You advance to the next round, we go eat a steak. And so that was the deal for last night. And then, you come to the practice and the training day, and there's kids wanting autographs and people in the stadium, and there's a palpable buzz. Like, I want them to feel that. They earned that. and then just have the maturity to shift to preparation and execution at the right time. And I'm confident that we can do that.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, Monsters made just a seamless transition over from second base to shortstop. Was that always the plan, or is that something that he kind of took the next step to move over there?
Yeah, it was an interesting dynamic, actually, because we were looking at it hard in the fall, and right about the time we were going to really go for it and go like, this is what we're doing for 3 weeks, he actually got really sick and missed the last 3 weeks of the fall. So I actually didn't get the look that I wanted to say this is what we were going to do and stamp it. And then it was going to be, you're going to go to the left side. We wanted to move Danny to second base because I thought that was best for him and best for our team. And then it was going to be a shortstop third base thing with Michael. And, probably about 10 days into scrimmages in the spring, I made up my mind that that's what we were going to do. And he has had the best defensive season of any shortstop that I've ever coached. I think he only has 4 errors. One of them was in game 1 of the Super Regional, and he didn't make the play. It was almost like kind of weird because he has been so good and has really, really lifted our team. And you heard Cade talking about the confidence he has in the defense. A lot of that starts with Steven at shortstop.
Coach Lawrence Price with TNT Sports. Can you go back to Cade and Anthony and how important is it to have 2 guys you can hang your hat on at this stage, but then also the differences in the 2 that make them great as well?
Yes, it's made me very happy, to have 2 pitchers of that caliber. And there's a lot of reasons our team is here playing as one of the last 8 and in the College World Series. And it starts with Cade and Anthony and their performance. I'd say they're far more similar than different. They both have exceptional pitchability with 4 pitches that they throw for a strike. If they're off a little bit, they have something that they can go to remain competitive and get zeros on the board. In terms of differences, the only one is, I really don't have one because it's the trust, the competitiveness, the pitchability, the support for each other. I think you heard Cade speak very, very well about that. They both give us the greatest chance to win, and I am so confident and so comfortable with both of them, and it's given us a lot of flexibility, particularly in the postseason, from the SEC tournament to the regionals of what we can do. And it's been great, and I'm proud of both of them, and they're both going to make a Major League Baseball team very happy here very soon.
Jay, you've spoken to it before about knowing that you needed to add pitching to this team, I guess, but to see the payoff and the way you guys constructed this team, I guess, what are you most proud of in the efforts and what you did to get them here?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. When I came here from Arizona, you were going to have Dylan Cruz for 2 years. That was a massive appeal for taking this job. But we had a lot of work to do of constructing a College World Series or national championship caliber pitching staff. And I feel like we've had that for the last 3 years. And it does take a lot. When a Case and Evans is visiting your 5 biggest competitors that are at the headline of the front line of the sport, and you have to find a way to get them to say LSU's the spot, that's really competitive. Chase Shores was committed somewhere else and then ended up committing to us. And then you get him on campus, you get him through the draft. He's guns blazing for 19 innings as a freshman and then has Tommy John. That's a thunderbolt because it was so hard to get him in the first place. So I'm very proud of that. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I think we're at the forefront of developing pitching in college baseball. And if you look over the last 3 years in terms of draft picks, statistics, national championship, back in Omaha, you can't argue that. There's no better place for a pitcher in the entire country to come right now and develop to be a major leaguer than LSU.
Scott Rappley with The Advocate. You've shown remarkable concentration to answer questions with that thumping going on. You in Arkansas, or like a lot of schools, you get guys who can throw 100 miles an hour, over 100 miles an hour, and yet hitters aren't completely overwhelmed. In this tug of war between the proliferation of guys who can throw it really hard and offense, what is allowing your hitters to still be able to hold their own?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the only reason you actually have a chance, or we have a chance, or Arkansas has a chance to do that is two things. Number one, we both have talented players on the position player side of things. And then number two, I don't want to say immune to it, but you kind of get accustomed to seeing this elite pitching. And the more you see something, the more you get a little more comfortable with it. I don't know if comfortable is the word I would use, but I think it's the beauty of playing in our league, which is really tough at times, but you get to the postseason and there's really nothing that you have not seen. And when you feel prepared, you can kind of lay it all out there and feel good about your opportunity to be successful. And they're very talented on the mound. As good a constructed pitching staff as I've probably seen in my time in college baseball in terms of starters, relievers, arm strength, out pitches, pitchability, the whole deal. And I think they would probably say the same about us. And I think it'll make for a great game on Saturday night.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Coach, in 2023, you were pretty open about the ongoing strategy of this event, and obviously you won a national championship. How do you consider that, thinking back to 2023, here's what worked, here's what won us a championship, while also seeing new team, new set of teams you're competing against?
I think it's all relevant, and I ask the players to use their experience as well for helping us down the road, and as coaches, we try to do the same thing. I think, playing 8 games here in 2016 and only playing 2 games in 2021, that really helped us in 2023 as far as helping them understand of what's around the corner. And I think those 8 games in 2023 will help this team, and not necessarily in the construct of there was 8 players that were a part of that and here for the duration from first pitch opening night till holding the trophy, but you just want to help them understand what's around the corner. And, there's a lot of things that are around the corner when you're playing the caliber of teams that are here. I mean, there's 8 championship caliber teams in this field. And you look at what everybody did to get here is pretty impressive. And then you roll the tape of at least our side of the bracket and you go like, this makes a lot of sense. Just because nobody or less people have maybe heard of Murray State, that's a real offense. And I haven't got to their pitchers yet. I watched their offense a little bit this morning. And then UCLA, I played against Coach Savage forever. And, I'm 15 games, 5 years, in the Pac-12. And I can tell you a lot about a lot of those games. So I know how prepared they're going to be. And they did a great job, with their recruiting and that sophomore class with Chalowski and all of that. So a challenge is around the corner. We'll have one Saturday, we'll have one Monday. And then you just try to take it a pitch at a time and not get too far ahead of yourself.
Matt Byrne, ADG. As Omaha goes back to a double elimination format, and that could put a strain on innings, how does that affect your strategy with respect to your starters, 2 guys that have proven that they can go really far?
Yeah, I think it's different. I think, which side of the bracket you're on is different. And it's kind of condensed down because you don't have those 1-1 games where you get the extra day off anymore. If you're on our side of the bracket and you lose one of the first 2, there's no more days off and you play straight through. I think, and kind of going back to that previous question, playing 4 days in a row in 23, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you have to be on everything in terms of rest, recovery, how you set your pitching, matching up. And I do feel like our staff, we've developed enough depth that, 1 loss is not a death sentence for us because we can, go into the well and have guys that have started and come out of the bullpen and all of those types of things. I made this comment the other day. I would love to try this thing through the winner's bracket once. That would be awesome. But I feel like our team's built for anything.
Chessa Boucher with NBC 33 in Baton Rouge. Coach, the 2023 team had a ton of stars, Tommy White, Paul Skeens, Derek. This team doesn't seem to have as many stars, but it seems like their selflessness is what has really made them successful this year. Is that how you see it?
I would agree with you on one front and disagree with you on another. I would agree with you on the selfless piece. Our motto for the year has been toughen together and team over me. And they have totally exemplified that through every stretch. There's so many guys that have not only accepted roles, but have embraced the roles that they have and have excelled in those, even if it's not exactly what they want. I think, in relative to the superstar piece, I mean, we're going to have 2 pitchers drafted in the first 40 picks of the draft, and those are superstars. Derek Curiel is a superstar. You just might not think of it because he's a freshman that way. Kason Evans is a superstar. William Schmidt is going to be a superstar. Kate Arambidi is going to be a superstar. Danny Dickinson is a superstar. He just played at Utah Valley. He didn't have maybe the volume of time at LSU where the fans knew his name and all that, but I think he's a major league player, so Chris Stanfield, I mean, what a season he's had. And so I'm very bullish on the talent on our team. I think it's been a little bit different style of baseball. This maybe not as in your face as hitting 156 homers as that team did or something like that. But I think we have a lot of high-end players that have done that selfless part very, very well.
Coach, I just wanted to ask, especially with the freshman arms and then obviously Curiel, John Pearson, some freshman bats, have there been any pressure of like trying to get them in, especially in the new landscape of the transfer portal where guys feel kind of timid where, I'm a 5-star prospect and I didn't get these at-bats, then I'm gone?
LSU is not for everybody, but I believe we have 7 here, 7 freshmen, and 7 on the 27-man roster. And it is for those 7. And John Pearson, has 20 at-bats, I think, on the season. He has more than that, plate appearances, but walks, hit by pitches. And I think he's going to be a great hitter here. I think he's a middle-of-the-order hitter on a team that's capable of coming back here. And I think as far as, like, teams in our league go, it's kind of a dying breed of guys getting out there. But, we've run one out in the leadoff spot most of the season. Kason has started games in the SEC. He's closed games. William, has 40 innings or something like that on the season. Maverick Rizzi leads our team in appearances. We went to Cooper Williams in a super regional for 2 2/3 to get to Omaha. It's a pretty special group, and I think it's the makeup piece of that. I will never make a decision of what's best for a team worried about losing a player. Like, that would be undermining that team over me and that tough and together piece. We just got the right guys, and I'm really proud of it too because it was a long recruiting window. It's kind of under that old model of, I've known Derek since he was in 7th grade, and it's like we were hugging mom and dad on the field the other night. We're going to Omaha. It's like, it's about time, 5.5 years later. So.
Jay, your assistant coach, Josh Jordan, is being linked with an open job. I guess just how do you navigate that? Because I'm sure you want what's best for him, but you also understand the moment that you're in.
Yeah, I think if anybody's qualified to talk about this, it's me. With having really good assistant coaches and programs should talk to Josh. He's one of the best in the country. I would support him for anything because he's done a lot for me. He's one of the best, if not the best, assistant coach I've ever had. And he's certainly capable of being a head coach and running his own program. And for me, obviously I want to keep him because he's really good at what he does, and he makes me a better head coach because he's quality, how quality he does his work. As far as the Omaha thing, that's just about being a man, and compartmentalizing those things. And I have no questions about our staff and their ability to prepare with other things going on. The transfer portal thing it's a distraction as well, but I expect them to be able to execute what they need to do in that space and have our team ready to play and have their areas locked up. And I think how we're designed, as a staff helps in that regard too, because I do so much of, the game management and the offense and strategy, and Coach Yeski calls the pitches. Like, we're lined up good, and I'm happy for Coach Jordan that people are recognizing the work that he's put in, and I hope our people at LSU recognize it too because I want to keep him.
We're going to take one more question from the back.
Coach, with Kason Evans, do you have to communicate with him more, just given the flexibility of his role, where there's one week he's not pitching, there's another week where he's starting, another week where he's just coming out of the bullpen? Does that require just an extra level of communication with him?
Well, he's one of the best pitchers I've ever recruited, and so I love communicating with him. I think every situation's different. I think last weekend, the super regional, managing a super regional and managing the pitching staff is very unique. It's like when you get to the end of the regional, you want to win the game at hand and in front of you, but you also have to have a plan for Game 7 of the regional, Game 3 of the super regional. And so I had a plan going into that game. What was the threshold where we would put him in to finish it to get here? But we had a big enough lead. And then I took advantage of, he obviously threw 100 pitches on Monday night in Game 7. That was Sunday night. I felt like it would benefit him for this opportunity not having to use him. And I think we saw a similar thing we didn't have to use him in the SEC tournament. He probably would have pitched the championship game had we advanced. But that rest from the end of the regular season to the regional paid off in one of the most important performances we've had on the mound. So he'll be ready to roll, and the makeup and the toughness and the ability to adapt and athleticism, all those things, like he'll be ready to go, and I feel like he'd be in a great spot.
That'll conclude our press conferences today. Coach, thanks for joining us, and good luck this week, and thanks to all the media members that were with us all today. Have a good evening, everybody. Hammond Communications will post a recording of this press conference in the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaa.veritone.com. Transcripts are provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Thank you.